tell you where that is, back toward where?
He indicates the intersection of back towards this intersection.
Does he actually say what intersection at that point?
No, ma'am, he doesn't right at this point.
He just says intersection.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, page 33. All right, so I'm actually going to have you give the jury the specific quotes on line 20 through 22 that Greg McMichael says. Okay, and what I want is, does he first indicate the guy? Let me think. The guy is, he sees Mr. McMichael, and then does he say at some point he, meaning the guy, turns and starts running back that way?
Yes, ma'am.
So going to page 34 now. Did you ask Mr. McMichael where Mr. McMichael tried to pin Mr. Arbery the first time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did he indicate he tried to pin Mr. Arbery the first time?
On Burford Road.
All right. Now, going to page 35. As they're on Holmes Road, where is Mr. Greg McMichael? Line 21.
He says that he is in the back of the truck with the 357.
All right. Now, specifically, on Holmes Road in the back of the truck with the 357, he then says specifically, I want you to quote this, line 25 into the top of line 1 and 2 on page 36. What does he specifically say?
Quoting, he says, I said, stop, you know, I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I was trying to convey to this guy we were not playing, you know.
Okay. Now, does he specifically indicate at what point he says this to Mr. Arbery?
No, ma'am.
All right. So you don't know where on Holmes Road it is that he says this to Mr. Arbery?
No, ma'am.
Going now to page 39. All right, so I'm going to talk to you now about what Mr. Greg McMichael says happens next. I'm going to direct your attention to lines 2 through 7 of page 39.
Okay.
All right, so once again, he's in the back of the truck with his weapon. What does he say he's doing?
He says that he's aiming.
Did he shoot?
No, ma'am.
And after he heard the shots were fired, how many shots did he say were fired?
He mentions 2.
And what did he do next?
He gets out of the truck. He stated that he had a hip replacement so he doesn't jump anywhere, that he eased himself out of the truck.
All right. So this is a man with a hip replacement. And so he had to ease himself out of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point in time, did he indicate that he went and checked Mr. Arbery for a weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Now directing your attention to page 41. Did Mr. McMichael indicate whether he had his cell phone with him?
He did not.
All right.
He stated he did not.
All right. But he did call 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone did he have to use?
He used Travis McMichael's phone.
So specifically then directing your attention to page 42. At this point in the interview, did you really start to talk to him about what was his intent with Mr. Arbery should he have actually stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what was his intent?
He said to hold on, to hold him.
To hold him.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he use the word arrest?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you what he was going to be arrested for?
No, ma'am.
Did he use the word citizen's arrest?
No, ma'am.
Did he use the word detain?
No, ma'am.
So he's holding him. Did he tell you what he was going to hold him for?
He was going to contact the county police.
Okay, and do what?
He was going to hold him for county police so that he could either be arrested or identified.
All right, I'm going to back you up for a minute. Specifically, line 24 through 25. I'm going to actually take you up to line 21. I want you to read that quote to the jury.
He says, and I quote, "Yeah, to hold him till you know and call county police to." I said, "Okay." He continues to come and, check him out.
Check him out?
Yes,
Come
ma'am.
and check him out? That's what he says?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he's calling to have the county police come and check him out. And then what does he say?
Continuing quote, there was no doubt in my mind as to who this guy was, none, having seen the videos prior.
All right. So having seen the videos, he's making this identification of this man.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what else is he then talking to you about? The next thing that he's trying to explain his intent to you about.
I'll continue the quote from there. The thing that was not doubtful, but was certainly a driving factor in my mind was that my son had a missing pistol, and I'm pretty certain this guy, well, I don't know for a fact, and I have no reason to think that he did it other than the fact that this guy has been doing this crap over and over and over.
Okay, so he's talking about his son, Travis McMichael, has a missing pistol.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he's trying to tell you, I'm pretty certain this guy, but I don't know for a fact that he's the one who stole it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But he doesn't have any evidence to present to you that Mr. Arbery is the one who stole Travis McMichael's handgun.
Correct.
Providing statements to the officer about it.
Just let the transcript speak for itself. It's a statement.
Did he say, I don't know for a fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they then say, I have no reason to think that he did it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Other than the fact that he's been doing this crap over and over and over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, when he goes down to line 17 through 21, what does he say about Travis McMichael's stolen handgun at that point?
He says, and quoting, "Yeah, I had never seen this guy personally before and didn't see anybody go to the truck that day and take his weapon."
Okay. So going to the truck and taking the weapon, is that Travis McMichael's handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Greg McMichael is talking about with you a lot of different crimes that he suspects Mr. Arbery had committed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did he provide you with any specific details about the names, the addresses, the locations of these crimes?
No, ma'am.
All right. But did he talk about break-ins?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he throw around the word burglaries?
Yes, ma'am. You mentioned burglars. Yeah.
All right. Did he throw around like entering autos or doing stuff like that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did I ask you to go back and look at all of the 911 calls into the Satilla Shores neighborhood from January 1st of 2019 through February 23rd of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. I think it actually looked into a little bit further into 2020. Let's see. It was from the dates that I looked at were 1/1 of 2019 to 5/25 of 20.
All right. So what I'm going to have you do is only focus on 1/1 of 19 through February 23rd of 2020. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how many burglary calls for 911 came into the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Object, because this is calling for hearsay. She's asking him to report what he learned through other calls and documents, and the subject matter of those, and the determinations of those. That's all hearsay. There should be witnesses for those documents. He didn't have anything to do with these things.
It's only a foundation of what he's done and where to.
Sure thing. So, detective, which organization do you work for? All right, and you were a detective who worked on this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you interviewed Greg McMichael, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Greg McMichael had a claim that there was burglaries and entering autos and all this stuff, and he suspected Mr. Arbery.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When I asked you to go ahead and review this information, how did you get this particular information I asked you to review?
I received the original list of incidents from the area from our conversation.
Mhm.
I went into our reporting system, Spillman, and I pulled it again, and then exported just the general list of case numbers, dates, and natures into Excel and started looking at case counts. Then went back into Spillman and pulled the same range, but it was only incidents that an actual report had been taken. So versus somebody calling in, an officer responding and clearing up, they help somebody out or something that doesn't require an actual written report versus they actually went back and we were required to document something. I pulled both lists.
All right, so you pulled both lists, and this is a system that is maintained in the normal course of business at the Glenn County Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. It's used by most, I believe, all agencies in Glenn County. If not
All right.
most.
I think you mentioned its name was Spillman.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are these documents kept in the ordinary course of business for you to do evaluations on?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're available for you as part of your job as a detective.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can pull them up to do analysis. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in this case, did I ask you to pull them up out of Spillman independently yourself to perform an analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did I ask you to look at?
The reports, the ones that actually had the reports written for them. So cases that were closed out, active. The best way to say is in our terminology. So an incident report was completed.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and drill down to that. Do people call 911 and then there's nothing really there to it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But there's still a 911 call recorded that comes up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when you looked at what I asked you to look at, it was actually a 911 call where there was like kind of something that actually really happened.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So in other words, there was an investigation. Somebody looked into something. Somebody reported something, and somebody wrote a report.
For some instances, and then one other instance with a burglary, there wasn't a report.
So there was one burglary that's unfounded.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that is all of January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd of 2020?
We're getting into the objectionable material. It's being offered for the truth. Somebody investigated, somebody reported, somebody wrote a report. That information the state is now offering as the truth that either an incident did or didn't take place. She's offering it to this witness that has no direct knowledge of it, and it's being offered for the truth. So if the state wants to do that, call the witnesses who dealt with it.
We join in that objection.
So explain where the state's coming from on it.
Sure.
I didn't hear your
I asked her to explain where the state is coming from on it.
Well, Your Honor, we
Based
would
on the
ask that
objection.
this be done outside the presence of the jury. This is an
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and take a step outside, or step back into the jury. box. All right, I'm going to ask if you could just go ahead and take a step outside of the courtroom while we address the matter before the court. From the state.
Thank you, Judge. The only testimony the state is trying to elicit at this point in time is that there was only one burglary call in the entire Satilla Shores neighborhood between January 1st, 2019 and February 23rd, 2020, and it was an unfounded burglary call. In addition, there were only 4 entering auto calls in that time frame, one of which was Travis McMichael's on January 1st, 2020. So the state is entitled to rebut these statements by Greg McMichael about, oh, there's all this crime and he's this suspect. He's already, the statement's already in. Oh, they've got him on video every third or fourth night out there breaking into people's homes. And the reality is that is not the case whatsoever. In this case, it's not hearsay. And the reason it's not hearsay is it's not a statement of another person. This is a computer system. It's business records that are kept in the ordinary course of business. This is an officer who is entitled and actually duty bound kind of during his investigations to pull these records and look at them. I asked him to pull these records to verify the number and type of call, and then to look at the calls that were burglaries and entering autos. So we know exactly what had taken place during this time frame in reality. He's not going to testify to what the victim said or which officer responded or any of those sorts of things. It is strictly to provide the jury with the actual numbers of 911 calls that came in where there was an actual crime that took place.
Yeah, I think if I'm hearing it correctly, Greg McMichael has said there's been burglaries and entering autos in the neighborhood that he's aware of. The state wants to now prove that Greg McMichael is lying and that there really are no burglaries or entering autos that have happened in the neighborhood, or not to the extent that he has told officers his belief of the extent of it. And they intend to do that by having this officer, who has looked at some reports that have been generated that have a conclusion within them. Either a statement by somebody saying some information that has caused it to be reported as a burglar entering auto or not. And then a conclusion by an investigating officer that says the initial call is not sustained or not substantiated, for lack of a better word, meaning the opinion of some individual after investigating this particular call to try to disprove what the state has offered, what the state has offered by Mr. McMichael. They're offering for the truth. It's hearsay. This witness has no knowledge. This witness did not do the investigation. It's like bringing in a conclusion in a report of drugs in a system or something like that. You have to have the witness who's done it to come testify. It's hearsay as it gets.
Your Honor, the records themselves are kept in the ordinary course of business by a records custodian. This man is not the records custodian. This man did his own search on a system and pulled up some reports. It would be no different, can you hand that to me, please, than us calling our investigator to say, I went through all of the reports to find what had gone on in Satilla Shores during a certain time frame, and look how many things I found. And you would say, I suspect, when the state objected, that's hearsay, Your Honor. You need to either get the certified records from the appropriate certifying agency, or you need to have each of these people come in and talk about their reports. So for that reason, this is not an appropriate way to try to prove what had been going on in that neighborhood.
Your Honor, first of all, I'm concerned, and I think the court has an obligation at some point to inquire. The suggestion that this was not a neighborhood on edge flies in the face of overwhelming evidence, and trying to take cherry-picked information, hearsay information, and bring that in this case, I find troubling. I find it troubling. The state is the one who elicited, unless I missed it, the state's the one eliciting the statements from Greg McMichael about all the crime in the neighborhood. That's not something that any of the defendants did in this case. They brought it in. Now they're impeaching their own witness because they made Mr. McMichael their own witness in this context with this additional information. I would suggest, with all respect, that's rebuttal information. If and when the McMichaels actually present that defense or that evidence, I think it's inappropriate. And Your Honor, to allow this at this time is wrong. This isn't the typical case, Your Honor, where you can say you don't know what the evidence is. I cannot remember a case where a judge, sorry for the privilege, has been forced to learn so much of the factual evidence and details of the case in advance of the trial. The court knows exactly what the issue is here. And this cherry picking of information is inappropriate in this context. And we would ask the court to disallow this line of questioning at this time, subject to possibly reconsidering it for rebuttal purposes when it's proper.
Defense motion. All right. The objection's overruled. This is the police witness testified to these being records. Yeah, you're not going to hear me that way. I'll just speak up. The witness has testified as a police witness that these are records that he would regularly rely upon as part of his investigation, regularly held records by the Glenn County Police Department in a known system. I do think, though, that there is clarification that's needed when it comes to the records. The way the question was asked, I think needs to be clarified, because the way it's asked makes it sound like he is testifying as to what actually happened as opposed to simply what his record review was. So with that caveat, the objection is overruled. He's simply relying upon the records that he was provided. As to the accuracy of the records, that goes to weight, and on cross-examination, you can cross-examine him on his knowledge of the records.
You know, I have a second matter I want to take up while the jury is out. And maybe it was a misunderstanding, but Ms. Burton pointed out to me the Bruton issue that had come up. The only thing that I expressed concern about, that I objected to with respect to statements about my client in this statement, the only thing that I'm concerned about, not concerned about all the references to blocking, all the references to trucks, we let all that go. I specifically objected that I did not want Greg McMichael's testimony about his relationship to Roddy Bryan coming into evidence. So there's one spot. And sure enough, I thought that was covered. And I'm told that, in fact, that was brought in. That's a problem. And if it's late, then it's an ineffective assistance to counsel issue. But I'm making a motion for mistrial under Bruton based on that. In the alternative, I don't know that you can cure it. And here's why, Your Honor. Because I know you're not looking at me. You're not giving me that look yet. But I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, how could that make any difference? How could that be important in this case? It goes back to the severance issue that we talked about before. The state has these before the fact, after the fact conspiracy theories to get around the fact that there were no communications between Roddy Bryan and Greg McMichael prior to the shooting in this case about this matter. And now we've gotten in Greg McMichael's version of his relationship with Mr. Bryan. I can't cross-examine him about that. Now we got this jail call, and we've talked about that before, jail call looming out there about how Roddy Bryan is Greg McMichael's ally. Again, I can't cross-examine Greg McMichael about any of that. And I'm sure it didn't dawn on the state that, well, yeah, you know what, I'm not assuming anything. But we all know we have another issue with Roddy Bryan's fiance, because everybody knows that there is no relationship between Greg McMichael and Roddy Bryan, because Greg McMichael is not welcome in the Bryan residence, not because of anything that happened between Mr. Bryan and Mr. McMichael, but because of issues involving his fiance and her family. Now, how am I going to possibly deal with any of that? It's the state's putting me in a position, it's forcing me at some point to make a motion for severance, because I can't defend Roddy against allegations of special treatment. I can't defend Roddy against allegations of some special relationship in this case. And I'm not saying they're doing it deliberately, but they're putting me in a box where Roddy Bryan can't get a fair trial without being able to cross-examine Gregory McMichael in this case. Now, if Gregory McMichael testifies, I guess there's no problem. But in the event that Mr. McMichael doesn't testify, then how do I defend Roddy against these charges? That's the problem. I'm making the motion for mistrial, and I'm reserving the right to move for severance.
Objections.
Any of the other defendants joining in the mistrial?
On the Bruton issue that Mr. Goff has raised, no.
No.
Stay.
First off, objections need to be contemporaneous when it took place, and there was no objection at the time this took place. Number two, this is not an inculpatory statement in any way. People having known each other in this context is absolutely not inculpatory because, as Mr. Goff knows, the evidence is going to come out that they don't have each other's phone numbers in each other's cell phones, okay? And that they didn't know each other like that. And that is evidence the state is going to present. Number two, I think it would be a brutal violation to put in a jail call where Mr. Greg McMichael is calling Mr. Bryan an ally. That would be inculpatory. And Mr. Goff keeps asserting that we're going to do conspiracy after the fact. That is not what we're going to go into. Conspiracy after the fact that because we don't intend to go into all of the, how about this? The state has no intention at this point in time of going into everything that took place afterwards. If that becomes relevant, it may be gone into. And at that point in time, it may be something to explore exactly how this video got out on the internet and how Mr. Greg McMichael went to Mr. Bryan and asked for his phone and did all this stuff. But the state has no intention of putting that in its case in chief at all, okay? Because that's not anything that's going to come in my opinion, at this point in time. So all of the paper tigers that Mr. Goff is talking about, the state doesn't intend to put those in. I'm just trying to not box myself in if for some reason it does actually end up being relevant because Mr. Goff puts it in or someone else puts it in. I don't foresee it coming in. So at this point in time, it's inculpatory statements that Bruton violates. And knowing somebody for years, but I'm not sure exactly where he lives in the neighborhood, it does show the nature of the relationship, which is not a close one if you don't even know where the guy lives in the neighborhood.
Well, Your Honor, if the state's going to withdraw the conspiracy charge, then that would change the character of the case.
And I just have to add on the after the fact conspiracy defense to its case in chief that the state just made. Just yesterday, they elicited from former Officer Minshew on direct examination in their case in chief, evidence that after the fact, that is after the shooting, Mr. McMichael was over near his truck talking to Roddy Bryan. And you have to ask, why was that a fact of relevance to the case, if not to suggest, and at this point they're suggesting it, they're humming it, I suspect they'll sing it in closing, that he got up with Roddy Bryan after the shooting to talk about something or other sinister and conspiratorial and let's cover our tracks kind of stuff. In fact, I think that's why they were talking about all the other people Mr. McMichael was talking to on the scene after the fact. If not for that, why bring it in? I don't know what else they could think it was relevant to, unless it's to say later he's trying to fix this case up by talking to people to get himself covered here.
And, oh, sorry.
It's a motion for mistrial before the court.
Yes.
That is denied. All of this is preparing the ground. At this point, I am not aware of the issue currently before the court, but it sure sounds like everybody's got a heads up on where this thing could go if, in fact, the state's headed in that direction with the evidence. And I understand what counsel's raising, but at this point, what I'm ruling on is a motion for mistrial based upon a statement that just came in through the state.
Yes, my comments are more in the nature at this point of just record correcting on the assertion by the state that they're not talking about anything after the fact when in fact they are. And the court is correct. It is laying the groundwork possibly for future motions for mistrial from any one or all of these defendants.
And for the record, Your Honor, if I have prematurely assumed things incorrectly, my apologies to opposing counsel.
Now that Mr. Hogue has put this all on the record, I do want to put something on the record. All that activity at the scene happened between the homicide and when they made their statements. And what the state is basically pointing out is that Greg McMichael was putting out his narrative and trying to control the scene. And he did all of that before he made it to talk to Parker Marcy. And so it doesn't necessarily go to after the fact, meaning in May of 2020. That's not the after the fact the state's talking about. The conspiracy after the fact in the state's mind is what's happening on the scene that we can see on video of all of this where they're talking to each other there before they ever make any statements to law enforcement or go down a couple hours later to make their statements. And that is where the state is focused.
And that's relevant to what?
Their veracity and credibility.
We can deal with that, I guess.
And Your Honor, the most important issue for me is, is the court going to break for lunch?
I'd like to get done with at least the direct examination of this witness. How much longer do we have from the state?
We have 4 more pages and several videos.
Sounds like now is going to be a good time. All right, let's go ahead and get the panel and we'll let them know we're going to be breaking for lunch.
All right, for adjourned. Please state.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, sort of moving you around to, feels like moving you around for the sake of moving you around. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch, but I have to always make those announcements on the record. So there's a bet going on, wasn't there? What we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. We're going to break for an hour, so 20 past 1. During the break, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Don't let anybody discuss it in your presence of hearing. If somebody does, please notify the court. And we'll go ahead and see what we need to address. But with those instructions and all of the other instructions that I have given you, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here in an hour. Thank you.
All right, for adjourned. Please state.
All right. Sometimes I don't dare ask this question, but anything from the state before we recess?
No, Judge.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Prime.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess for an hour.
so special.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Angels steady crying cause they see my people murdered. Crackers trying tactics that way's always unheard of. Big dogs and lock chains, man, they used to burn us. And the shit was so crazy that they used to hunt us. Now my people getting murdered in the streets for running. I'm tired of the racing niggas like we nothing. Promise they won't be too happy once a nigga start busting. But that's what they wanna see, a black man caged up in jails and penitentiaries. I swear the system meant to fuck us. Ran by some white man sporting them Benjamin buttons, followed by that white militia that's known to do some handcuffing. Like the Greek freak in Milwaukee, I'm finna start bucking. Thinking that they could control us, they finna start something. 400 years of oppression, now we had enough. Can't you feel the pressure of my people that's finna erupt? Try to be a friendly foe, now we finna power up.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
I'm not doing a bad thing. I'm actually telling the truth. I just got nervous. That's why I was acting stupid at one point. You just gotta believe me. Because I'm actually telling the truth. I'm not trying to lie. I just got nervous.
See, I'm a mother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. How you screaming all lives matter with privileged skin? And if we matter, why we can't just jog for fun? Without these stupid motherfuckers chasing us with guns. And why we can't sleep peaceful in our homes at night? You bust in, we bust back, and we lose a life. Lose our right, can't even protect our home. I'm screaming, arrest them bitches till they dead or gone. See, I don't know the pain the mama's feeling, but every day I pray for your mental healing. Cause it'll be hell if we started killing. But two wrongs don't make a right. I tell my son all officers not bad and every racist isn't white. So see the truth and know how to move, cause they gon' do what they do regardless of how perfect that record view. And no reaction is the safest when they provoking you. Like damn, could you take a jog in our shoes? Could you afford to lose?
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Welcome to the last days. Shit is spooky. I'd rather riot, fuck marching. That shit is goofy. All these crackers, my enemies. I'm unruly. Footage of me killing cops. I'm making movies. My halo cracked, my wings are broken. I'm going out like a soldier with my barrel smoking. Revelations in my clip, nigga. I'm not joking. Get biblical in this bitch. I'm holy ghosting. Every nigga that was lynched is a cop. I'm yoking. Eye for eye. You witnessing slaves revoking. Too late to wave white flag. Shit is in motion. When I hit officer down, I'm champagne toasting. Blame America for making me nigga with no emotions. You are the father, ask Maury Povich. I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. I'm a southern boy, of course pigs are fried.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. It's a cold, cold world, ain't nobody left but me and a few more others. Brothers of the struggle, and we strive to rise from the rubble. Faced with the opposition, mission on deck. Organize and unify, so we ride, nigga bet. We gon' size up the threat, slide on they set. Lords don't decipher some old VFS. G's to the B's, I be choose to manifest on some grown folk shit. Niggas say head with your chest. Leaning to the extreme where the scene's nothing less. Homie bouncing on the beam, on the scene in the vest. Strapped up, shouting with a 40 in extension. Blowing on some mid in the middle of the tension. All that attention when the OG speak. For Ahmaud, Arbery, niggas rolling so deep. Hey,
Another body slain.
if I was you and you was me,
We've been needing change,
who would you be?
peace. We done, we can't take it no
Because we are one and the same.
Heard the angels cry and they scream murder,
Oh, jeez.
murder. Heard the angels cry and they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Body to beat global.
It's like we losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as we wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. I'm sick of dealing with this nonsense. I'm really thinking Satan's appetite is bottomless. Yeah, he tried it then, but we gon' get up out of this. Satan, you a coward and the government is siding with him. But one thing about it, my God is merciful, true. And two things about it, he's still working for. You took my mom, you took a whole lot of black women. Now we behind this, gon' take some time to get back in it. Yeah, we black, but are we that different? To send a virus to our people to make them go missing. It's like they trying to keep my people sitting in detention. They put this virus on this earth, but they forgot to mention I really need my spiritual people to listen. Cause this is only the beginning, this is never ending. And for my people in my cities, know I'm riding with you. And I'm riding to the end. It's like we losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as we wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
It's time to pray. In this time and stay, gotta dig deep down for faith. Cause I know a lot of people that done lost their way, had lost their faith. God, if it gon' come down, right now it's time. Everybody around me dying, cause I'm tired of crying. I don't wanna give up and don't believe. I'm trying. My brother from another mother lost his brother. And that same brother from another mother lost his mother. That make us ask you why. We die. It'll turn to thunder and rain. We still on earth, we got days. Still gotta keep on wishing and maintain. I believe it's a better place than this earth we own. I'm feeling like boom. I hope we see y'all at the crossroads. If I knew for sure I could be in a better place than this state, I would take off and try to get to the front gates. And I hope I got a space. And we pray, and we pray, and we pray, and we pray every day, every day, every day, every day to stay strong and move on. Cause we ain't got no place that we can go and escape. By our heads, let us pray.
Losing our people every day. Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as we wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America. Welcome to America.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Shalom, my brother. Listen, what I miss, I'm missing it all. I'm so mad.
Huh?
I'm missing it. I'm missing it all. Shoot. I can't even take the by the time I'm watching the replay, I'm falling asleep. I'm like, oh, dang. How you doing, boss?
Shit, I was sleepy as hell, man. I was up early yesterday at 9:30. I don't never get up early. Just streaming. That's why I was late this morning.
Let me put both. I got my earbuds in. Shoot. Listen, I hate that. I have to work. But I know you holding it down, bro. I know you holding it down. So what's going on so far? Are they messing up bad?
Yeah, they trying to figure out what they want to now as evidence or what they can say. It's what they do in every fucking case, you ask me. If they feel like, especially the defense, if they feel like entering some type of evidence is going to really be detrimental to their case, they try to rebut the shit, of course, and it goes the other way around. So this ain't nothing new to me.
Well, listen, they got the video. Hey, case closed.
I mean,
they're guilty. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I can't really watch it because I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get really upset because I know what they're trying to do and it's not gonna work. I don't care if they got 11 white women on there and 1 black person or whatever. I don't care. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And they got to see that.
Yeah, we know that the extra shit they saying after the fact that, what did he say when you arrive to the scene? It don't fucking matter. You seen the fucking camera. You know what he did. When Travis shot him, he said, "You fucking nigger." That's what he said. That ain't sound like a fucking citizen arrest. What the fuck they talking about?
Ain't nobody talked about citizens arrest till months later, right? Right? Remember? Ain't nobody said nothing about citizens arrest. See? Oh, Lord. Okay, I got to go back to work. I just thought I'd step in, say, hey, everybody, love your family, and keep holding it down, boss, man. Love you, bro.
Love you too.
Okay, I'll talk to y'all later. Right. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
I'm your neighborhood nigga. America label me nigga. I'm melanated, I'm blessed. America say I'm a nigga. Original man, oh yes. In America label a nigga. My genes are dominant, yes. But America say I'm a nigga. I'm the image of God in the flesh. But America say I'm a nigga.
You hate the devil, then you hate yourself. And you curse yourself with every breath. Off in the church, and it don't hurt that you walk on your knees and you giving the worst. To that white man in the sky, words become spells, and now I know why. For what they say that he died, and he got blind hair and blue eyes. These are the lies they keep telling him. 666, that mean meddling. I see why they hate. We are the representation of Satan. Live in the flesh, they know where you at if they put on your neck. They sterilizing women numbers in check. You claim to know who you are. I don't even think you know where you at. Respect, a nigga ain't never gonna get that. At least until a nigga get his leg back. They murdered and slayed us for years, and niggas is sipping on biz at the kickback. Drinking on Henny on holidays. Nigga, they lied in a lot of ways. It seems these niggas is proud to be slaves. Nigga, that's nowadays.
I'm melanated, I'm blessed. America call me a nigga. The original man, oh yes. In America labeled a nigga. My genes are dominant, yes. But America say I'm a nigga. I'm the image of God in the flesh. But America say I'm a nigga.
I'm so confused on how did they choose the race that they wanted to lose. They make us out of fool, but what did we do? I need them to auto this tune. The question lies inside. Every other breath is a homicide. Just another nigga with a mama crying. Where you headed at, nigga? Don't you tell no lie. I might as well sell this ride. You gon' pull a nigga over every time I drive. We just another nigga inside. Just a little soul food for a black man mind. like the blacks can't see. They be acting like this a place the blacks can't be. Say a nigga got freedom, but they taking our school. Sound like another nigga to me. They won't let a nigga be. In fact, take the letter G. That's a better me. But some motherfuckers think they scaring me. Want a better G? Yeah, I put a couple words to a beat. You can put a couple nerds on the street, but the cracker won't leave. Call me Nate Goose, I'm the king. I am the truth, you can see. I am the proof on the beat. But to you, I'm a nigga. This what you call a defeat. Nigga.
They say that it never change in my lifetime. I'm trying, but I feel the same. Crooked America put a stain on our mind frames. Got us still stuck in a chain.
And the only difference is nowadays change come in a different form. Street ties to extend the wicked arms. Gotta divide us cause they don't wanna see us swarm. Love a nigga when a nigga doing what you want. Hate a nigga when he shine, try to block sun. Hats off to the minstrel show. Earn stripes what it's like when a pistol blow. And that's full circle. Families where it starts. Wanna hit the road but they only wanna see you park. This a dark road and the outlook spooky. Real life soundtrack to the Get Out movie. Ooh wee.
I'm melanated, I'm blessed. America called me a nigga. The original man, oh yes. In America labeled a nigga. My genes are dominant, yes. But America say I'm a nigga. I'm the image of God in the flesh. But America say I'm a nigga.
I'm gonna tell you how I found out about Masons, Lorraine. I was in college my sophomore year, and went to the mall in Atlanta, and I seen this charm in a jewelry store. Thought it was real dope, real nice. And I spent a pretty fucking penny for this goddamn charm. Give me 1 second, hold on. Anyway, I got back to school, and one of my friends was like, "Man, you a Mason?" I said, "Nah." I said, "What the hell is that? Why you ask me that?" He said, "No, never mind." Goddamn, went in a different place. I think I was in the cafeteria. Somebody else asked me that shit. So what the fuck? People keep asking me that. And I went home for spring break. My uncle asked me that. I said, "All right, Unc, why was people asking me am I a Mason all of a sudden?" He said, "Because that charm on your neck." I said, "Oh, I didn't know what it meant." He broke it down to me. I said, "You know what, Unc? I don't want this goddamn charm. Here, you can have it." Because he was a Mason. So that's how I found out about the history of Mason. And then one of my homeboys, he ain't my homeboy no more, he was one. And we talked about it and he explained a lot of it to me as well. So I know about the secret society of a Mason. Ain't no secret though, like a lot of people think it is. I actually watched my homeboy. We got pulled over, the same guy. He had been speeding, had drugs in the goddamn car. And he got out, was talking to the officer. He put that goddamn, he had a Mason charm on his necklace too. He put his necklace in his mouth and started talking to the cop, and the cop said, "Have a nice day." I said, "What the fuck just happened here?" And he broke that shit down to me. Yep, it was that simple. So the signs and all that shit. That shit happens a lot. But anyway, we don't talk y'all here though.
Drum dummy, drum dummy, drum dummy.
All of my thugs in the ghetto. Can you hear what I'm saying? All of my thugs really need to know. I said fuck
life is an instrumental, so you start in the beginning, then you end up in the middle. That's a verse and that's a hook, but every rhyme is not a riddle. And I remember in the kitchen, my mama was doing dishes. I was telling her my wishes. She told me get on my mission. I went to school and I got busy. I started seeing my vision, then my spirit started lifting. I really could tell the difference. I really have to commend her. My mama made me a winner. See, I was born in the ghetto, and that made a born sinner, but that made me go and get it. Still going, I ain't finished. Ain't no boundaries, ain't no limit. Never content. I ain't with it. I ain't with it. So many I can't call it. The block it got really wild. Many bitches I couldn't count them. Drinking bottle after bottle till it felt like a nigga drowning. Then I lost my nigga Terrence. God damn, it was bad. Got love for his dad. Mr. Dave, he the man. Rick Logan did his thing. I remember before he passed. And then Domingo came to the crib. Then he got blasted. Yeah, we came up from the ghetto. No, we never had a hero. He considered us a bunch of zeros. This is dedicated to the ghetto, ghetto, ghetto. This for my niggas at the garden. Let's go. I gotta say rest in peace to all my people we lost, man. Shorty Dewar, Danielle, Terrence, Rick Logan, Domingo, Hope, homie Candy. Yeah. Man, we miss y'all, man. We love y'all. We'll never forget y'all, man. Rest easy. One love. From your big homie, man.
If you see an intelligent man who tells you where true treasures are to be found, who shows what is to be avoided, and administers reproofs, follow that wise man. It will be better, not worse, for those who follow him.
Back again, I tend to do this often. Chapter 6 entitled The Wise Man. No tough talking, just let it blossom. Far as the eye can see, the wise conceive this notion from experience that's highest achieved. Deviant looks around and forward thinking, but the wise stay grounded, free of attachments. Limits are boundless. Can you move mountains? You never know if you don't try. Rather you take a loss than never know if it's your time. And it's no shame in a loss, and I can bet that. Cupcake told me just be yourself, and I respect that. Wise words spoken to me, I sit back, observe. Once I listen, this is what I heard.
Do not have evildoers for friends. Have virtuous people for friends. Have for friends the best of men.
Yeah, Look, when I say peace, it is not just an informal greeting. Likewise, when I start a speech, I don't just rap, I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Mentally purging these troubling thoughts. Distractions. Turn the blind eye, we advise you not to give them traction. And the wise travel different from the masses. I awoke out of a slumber after the party, had to break my habits. Talk to 'em.
As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, wise people falter not amidst blame and praise.
Yeah, chapter 6, another chapter out the Dharma pot. A whole lot of quotes, so silent, no jokes, no bravado inside what I wrote. Tell them how it go. Hindsight 2020 is past tense. The root of a suffering heart is attachment, so let it go. It takes training to attain peace, and you can't walk the path till you become the path. Hey, speak to him.
Whether for his own sake or for the sake of others, a man wishes neither for a son, nor for wealth, nor for lordship. And if he does not wish for his own success by unfair means, then he is good, wise, and virtuous.
Righteous, been through the crisis, couldn't let that leave me lifeless. My advice is to fight this, stay on point when the lights hit, time for the action. Push a hard line, I don't do fractions. I'm not saying I'm wise, I'm saying I try. I'm not the one conveying a lie, displaying my pride. It's not what you say, it's how it's applied. Chapter 6 entitled The Wise Man. Listen close and let this chapter be the guide, fam, I'm just saying.
Few are there among men who arrive at the other shore, become arhats. The other people here run up and down the shore. But those who, when the law has been well preached to them, will pass across the dominion of death, however difficult to overcome.
Chapter 8, the thousands.
He who always greets and constantly reveres the aged, 4 things will increase to him: life, beauty, happiness, power.
Now let this potion run its course through the wave. Charting the waters, we just set sail, letting this vision swell. Chapter 8, feel like I'm under the spell. And you can say 1,000 words, but if it don't make sense, then what's the action behind them verbs, bruh? Nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Can't let them spam my discussion. I'm trying to work, and that's just blocking production. I'm trying to build some sort of semblance of peace. A wise man told me you gotta sacrifice before you enter the feast. You could run 1,000 miles and still not make it to the finish. Spinning your wheels, going in circles, what is the purpose? Thinking, where's the ending? It's hard to see when this notion is lost. Like trying to set sail in a vessel after it's frozen once the ocean's frost. Cold-blooded. Yeah. Talk to him.
If a man for 100 years worship Agni, fire in the forest, and if he but for one moment pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years.
Yeah, they like, what's the meaning? I'm like, listen closer. I could only vouch for truth until the vision's over. That type of thought surpasses prison culture. Free of bondage, broken chains within my brain. Gotta put that behind us. I'm just being honest. They wonder what's the deeper meaning. Check the surface first, then you look beneath and you might see the reason. Brief intermission.
He who lives 100 years, idle and weak, a life of one day is better if a man has attained firm strength.
So you can live to be 100 with a jaded conscience, or walk the path of enlightenment, circumvent the nonsense. Yeah, cause time is of the essence. Hope you caught the message. I just now got to the point where I can peep the lessons. Chapter 8 for the collection. Words of the Dharma pot spoken by the professor, combined with the author. Look, it's a whole nother genre. Seeking out for a different route, and every word is nourishment. Add to flourish, more encouragement. We just doing the service. Ooh-wee. You can live 100 years vicious, but a life of one day is better with virtues from this position. Let's go. You can have 1,000-word vision, but if it's lacking purpose, what's the mission? What's the mission? What's the mission? You can live 100 years vicious, but a life of one day is better with virtues from this position. Run that back. You can have 1,000-word vision, but if it's lacking purpose, what's the mission? What's really going on? You can live 100 years vicious, but a life of one day is better with virtues from this position. Thousands.
Ride out, ride out.
Punishment. All men tremble at punishment. Remember that you are like unto them, and do not kill, nor cause slaughter. He who's seeking his own happiness punishes or kills beings who also long for happiness will not find happiness after death.
Chapter 10 is called punishment. No filter, no embellishments. Nobody is immune to the storm. King with a crown full of thorns, living to the damn reborn. Till judgment day, any way that it goes. We all gotta see death someday, 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 someday. And the actions that we take are not just circumstantial. Weight on my shoulders, bearing down like an anvil, but that's just a sample. Talk to him.
He who inflicts pain on innocent and harmless persons will soon come to one of these 10 states. He will have cruel suffering, loss,
they gon' have to pay the cost.
Injury of the body,
so sick he might need an IV.
Heavy affliction,
listen,
or loss of mind.
They lost their mind,
or misfortune.
Seen it all too many times, but what's the next? I'm waiting.
Fearful accusation,
shame,
loss of relation,
nights full of rainy weather,
or destruction of treasures.
Yeah. And it all comes with a price. Do wrong or you do right. Lie dormant or take flight. Breathe life or you gain sight. That's right. And it all comes with a price. Do wrong or you do right. Lie dormant or take flight. Breathe life or you gain sight. Talk to the people.
Is there in this world any man so restrained by humility that he does not mind reproof? As a well-trained horse, the whip. Like a well-trained horse, when touched by the whip, ye active and lively, you will overcome this great pain of reproof.
Yeah, see, it's hard trying to put that pride aside. Yeah, it's not easy, but it's all good. What's right is right. And that's the formula, never forget the format. Feeling like I'm one step closer. This for the culture, words to the script to the hi-hat. Verse full of purpose, I like that. This for the time, but the pride got too much. He couldn't even take the punishment, all disgruntled and such. Yeah, it was hard to admit, but it's somewhat needed. It's hard to expand the mindset of conceited. It's hard to expand the mind, just believe. And it all comes with a price. Do wrong or you do right. Lie dormant or take flight. Breathe life or you gain sight. That's right. And it all comes with a price. Do wrong or you do right. Lie dormant or take flight. Breathe life or you gain sight. That's right.
Well makers lead the water wherever they like. Carpenters bend a log of wood. Good people fashion themselves.
Yeah, ride out. Ride out. Ride out.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I guess it's life that tore us apart. I couldn't really say it to you to your face. Well, I could, but I just chose to put it in my craft.
We was blessed, nigga, look at what our Savior gave us. Gave us enough at our table to make some niggas hate us. You taking trips when I'm up the street, you fly out to Vegas. So many thoughts, I'm on pause, seeking an explanation. Don't get it twisted, my cousin, cause you don't know me, Nathan. Maybe I looked a bit deep, just like an investigation. But I felt that our union needed resuscitating. Better believe I'm at war for you with no hesitation. Maybe when that sun goes down, I'll still be here. And just maybe when the dew hits the ground in the morning, and my only fear is if I ain't say when we was both here. Thought I should speak about it. I'm a little hurt, but my man won't let me pout about it. All my emotions have left my body, you drained them out me. Bet I can call you to get a cent, but you got it out me. Guess I'm too giving, the difference, it ain't a carbon copy. I'm that nigga, you different, and go identify. This is to show you I'm going places, and this to flyer. Guess I needed your gasoline to ignite this fire, but I misplaced the lighter. Look into this cipher, can you please decipher? Please respect the lines that's in these writings, then explain your findings. Maybe we've been on our business minding with some feelings hiding. Maybe it's the stress from both us grinding. Still I need reminding, know you got a family residing. I'ma go with timing, just wanna be great, that's why I'm striving. You can check the stride and tell them Ari is very proud, and tell them keep on driving. Tell them ain't no limit to his greatness, all the stars aligning. Maybe when that sun goes down, I'll still be here. And just maybe when the dew hits the ground in the morning, and my only fear is if I ain't say when we was both here.
Is about to be global, baby.
John Diamond made the beat and I'm gon' kill it.
I say the blacker the nigga, the deeper the roots. They try to silence me, pimpin', cause I'm speaking the truth. You know that life is really hard as a black man. Regardless, we feeling scarred for being that man. To put it on wax, gotta understand that. And that's a fact, don't try to act like it's the black man. How they got vax, trying to kill us on the back. Try to send a nigga packing, really think a nigga lacking. But yet they still act, try to treat us like we bag. It's a whole bunch of madmen, they practicing these hacks. Why don't we smash on these bad, same way they try to trap, murder all the kidnap, glorify the good rappers.
Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Got your head up, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I hope you got your head up.
Strong black men, put your fist up and keep your
head up.
Queens, hold down their kings, keep stepping and keep your
head up.
To all of the niggas that doing the bid, that's up in the pen.
Got your head up.
I told my mama,
don't cry.
Wipe the tears from your eyes and keep
your head up.
The blacker the berry, the blacker the nigga. They look at our figure, they look at our faces. These bitches scary, they scared of us. We ain't terrorists. Y'all made us armed and dangerous. They mad at us, matter of fact, mad as fuck. Everything surrounding us, cause we can multiply, not divide it up, subtract and plus. We never had shit, so when we get it, man, we acting up. If it's one thing that we believe in this guy we trust, and God I bust hit him with the stick like a puck. I'm a mighty, don't
cry. I hope you got your head up. When the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry. I hope you got your head up. Even when the road is hard, never give up. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Got your head up. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. I hope you got your head up. Head up. I hope you got your head up. Got your head up. I hope you got your head up. Got your head up. I hope you got your head up. Got your head up. Don't cry. Baby, don't cry. You gotta keep your head up. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Head up.
Hey, we got a black male out here, fit the description of Arbery.
What is he doing though?
He's running. He keep running. I can't catch up with him.
Okay, we can get some responding officers out there, but
Stop. He keeps running. He's running right now. He's running.
Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. No justice, no peace. Make a nigga feel like fuck them police. Their crooked ass system really working like bleach. It's good for the white and not for the color. It's kinda hard being a young black brother from a struggle that nobody seem to understand. They kill Ahmaud like they do them killings in the clans. It's 3 whites, 3 guns, and 1 black man. He unarmed, I'm like Martin never had a chance. Even the boy that man, we seen him throwing up his hands. Without that gun, it look like Martin was getting on your ass. Behind that badge, Modi crackers working for the clan. It's hard to maintain out here, being a black man. Because a black man kill a black man, that cool, they loving that. Black man kill a white man and they sentencing him to death. White man kill a black man and they scream about self-defense. Break it down to manslaughter and got all the evidence. We stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole
It's a young black man.
We gotta stand tall. It could have been
He said, yeah, Dad, but you don't understand. Every time I go to school, this white kid challenges me to a race. He began to explain how the white child set the race up, how his starting position was 50 paces from the swing set, and how my son's starting position was 450 paces from the swing sets. First one to the swing sets would win. On your mark, get set, go. My son would run as hard and as fast as he could, but he could never make it to the swing sets before that white child. This happened day after day, and eventually the white child looked at my son confused, and he said, "What's the matter with you, boy? Maybe you should try harder. Maybe you should do more. Maybe you should do better. What are you, lazy?" My son responded in frustration. He said, "What? But you had a 400 pace head start." The white child smiled and said, "See, that's your problem. You always playing that pace card. Maybe you should stop making excuses." But for 400 years, son, young black men, Morehouse men, you better keep them legs turning and ignore what the world tells you you should be. You better keep them arms pumping and ignore what the world tells you that you can't do. And you better run, you better run, you better run, black boy, run.
I run with Maud. Together we stand, divided we fall. Stove on low.
Bro, and guess what? I take my life if anybody say anything different about Quay. Cause whatever he got is yours, and you know, and I think that's the stuff that really eat my family up because of how he lost his life. Man, you can accept death through an accident. You know, if he lost his life through an accident, car wreck, or whatever, old timers or whatever, you can accept that right there. But the way he lost his life, man, it's hard to accept. You can't swallow that pill there.
Got my dogs on my back, got these scars on my back.
Over time, things seem to get easier.
So much trauma on my mind. Hey, Zeus!
But never as fast as you need it to be.
Scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back.
Long live Aid.
Trauma on my mind.
Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Maud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Maud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Damn. Let it flow and hope it speak to him. Yeah, let it flow and hope it speak to him.
Gotta reach him.
Things happen for a reason, but why I feel like angels out here dying instead of demons, and why I feel like all the real niggas out here leaving. Chest shot, point blank, body hit the cement. This shit egregious. Play position, forever winning, they can't forget it. This tunnel vision with no division, I see it vivid. Just reminiscing on when them funds was insufficient. How far we come, so far to go, look at the distance. We've been running for a long time. Dark clouds, but I still see a silver line. Down south in them trenches, boy, you know the vibe. They ask what team be the realest, boy, you know it's mine. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got mud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got mud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Damn, tears in my cup, pain in my blunt, trying to release some anger, she can feel it when I come, jigging off a pill, got my body feeling numb, niggas getting killed in these streets over none, shot him in the chest, can't even go out for a run, knee to the neck while he was crying for his mom, trauma on my mind from homicides on my mind, praying to a God like why you let my homie die, huh? How I'm supposed to live if I'm still fighting to survive, huh? How I trust a system that ain't meant for me to thrive, huh? Resume on point, but I still get denied, huh? Life real different when you're missing blue eyes. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got mud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got mud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back.
Y'all ain't listening. Y'all ain't hear that boy. That boy say life real different when you missing blue eyes. That was a homie King, man. Salute King, man. Yeah, definitely seeking for justice for Ahmaud Balance. Please believe it. What's going on, 12-step woman? I think that's a funny name, but I love it. Glad you slid through. We're just on a lunch recess right now. And I am paying attention, so once they arrive back in the courthouse, I'll be sending you back down to the courthouse. In the meantime, we just playing some tunes. So sit tight for the next jam.
Drum dummy.
Too much killing in the city. I don't understand what
trenches. The government provide assistance when you in need and you depend. Take the hood to raise a kid. Can't you tell me what's the difference? Let me tell you what's missing. Ass whippings and switches. Some of these kids really gifted, but it takes a village. Take a second, just listen, cause this shit is getting wicked. We can change it if these kids need to change how they live. But we gotta give them hope and not the chain gang in prison. Your main aim should be vision, spiritual uplift. Just know if that doesn't get it, then you need to try hard. Ain't no time for no gotta work hard and smart. Too much pain, too much killing in the city. I don't understand what it really is. It's not the same. I can't stand what I'm feeling. I wish that we could ban all the killing. Too much pain. Lord, why do we deal with so much pain? I don't know. Somebody please tell me why. We gotta stop the finger point. That's not important. It's a shortage on real fathers, hell, real mothers. Do your kid know that you love them? When was the last time you hugged? When they in trouble, can they trust you? Not to blow up and start cussing. See, these kids gon' make mistakes. They just lessons. They gon' learn. Just understand, no matter what, it don't hurt to be concerned. Life, it doesn't have a script. When it shift, the tables turn. It's up to us to feed them knowledge. Make sure that you make it firm. Remember, these are your kids. Stop trying to be friends. In the end, respect is lost. A mistake gon' happen again. I bet you then you gon' realize the age that we in. Don't let social media in. Start raising your kids. Too much pain, too much killing in the city. I don't understand what it really is. It's not the same. I can't stand what I'm feeling. I wish that we could ban all the killing. Too much pain. Lord, why do we deal with so much pain? I don't know. Somebody please tell me why. Somebody please tell me why. I don't know. Somebody please tell me So, I don't know if y'all remember this.
At noon tonight, an armed militia marches outside the suspect's home. CBS 46's Barmel Lyons live in Atlanta with the exclusive details. Barmel.
Video of the Panthers Special Operation Command goes viral. On Saturday, the organization's armed patrol right in front of Gregory McMichael's home.
Well protected.
You don't win wars by marching and protesting. You win wars by fighting back.
General Rottweiler, a member of the armed patrol, says he wants justice by any means necessary.
You have to fight back. So you can't just sit there and your family gets murdered or your people get murdered.
When you see a person get shot with a shotgun 3 times, and then it evokes a lot of images from the past, whether that's Emmett Till or Trayvon Martin.
According to the attorney for the NAACP, Gerald Griggs,
I'm gonna give them an opportunity.
what they did is legal.
Everything that was happening was legal. We have a First Amendment right to protest. We have a Second Amendment right to bear arms. And in this state, we have open carry in most places.
So now we're going to go over to the scene where it happened. Okay. General Rottweiler says there is still a long way to go to achieve justice.
Probably just do like a jury with no black folk, like they like to do this and that. So we figured we didn't go out there and send a message. That ain't a war. That's phase one.
Griggs says the NAACP urges the community to seek peaceful, nonviolent means of protest.
We would just call on everyone to remain calm, let the process play out, and if you feel the need to protest, do it lawfully.
And just minutes ago, we learned of another protest group headed to Brunswick. The Justice Caravan, they're going to be leaving Atlanta on Saturday morning. In Atlanta, I'm Barmel Lyons, CBS 46 News.
Barmel.
Don't forget. Excuse me, I'm laughing at your comment, 12. He said, you're 57 years old. I've never seen protesters that are armed. Well, I guess you never heard of the NFAC, but they're not protesters. They're not protesters. I will say that. Oh, man. We definitely still waiting. I think an hour should have been at 1:21. That's what time they said. So we'll play one more song. Probably cut the song short because it'll probably be back by the time the song is over with. So let me just play a commercial then. How about that? I'll try to find this song. I can't believe I took it off my computer, but I'll give you a little sample of who these people really are. Just do a song. You give me 1 second. You hear that goddamn shit and just like lose your damn mind. Go tap shit. We haven't heard this in a while, but I think it's only right that we play it. Y'all know what it is. Y'all say, here we go.
So special.
Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. Yeah, my people coming through. You gon' make a business like a goddamn fool. And I'ma pack me a two. Rap right, I'm a fool. See the facts, it's the truth. Move back, I'm a shit. This is me attacking the madman strapped in the coop. You can ask for the proof. Bitch, I'm back and I'm loose. I can't laugh at a fool, cause he have no clue. This ain't just rap in the booth. I'm half man, half fool, but I am that dude. I take baths in the truth, and half ass won't do. We won't let your ass come through. You won't outlast this group. I'ma stand and salute. 10 toes down with my troops. We yelling man down when we shoot. We on the ground with the boots. And if you're looking around for the truth, it get a little loud in the booth. Don't make a damn sound. I'm headed to the top. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom. I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top. Bitch, we solid as a rock. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom. I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top. Bitch, we solid as a rock. I can go back to back, but I won't go back to the trap. In the trap, it's a rap. In the trap, it's a bunch of damn rats. I'm a man, you won't trap me like that. So I'm here to speak the fact. Oh yeah, break them down on the track. I'm trying to reach every man in the benefit seat. In fact, stand tall, goddamn it, we black. They try to take that by giving us crack. Well, we giving that back. It's a race and we running this track. It's a war, yeah, we coming right back. And we ain't taking no slack. And no more shooting us in the back. It's called unity, we all intact. Underground railroad track, we unified all over this map. Old school coming through in the lack. And we dressed all black. Y'all done gave us the best y'all got. You know we running for a march, y'all forgot. Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop, we at the top. Bitch, we solid as a rock. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop, we at the top. Bitch, we solid as a rock. Oh yeah. Solid as a rock. Oh salute to the general, Grandmaster J, to the whole NFAC. No fucking around. Y'all know what it is. Just be black, people. Change that me into a we. You dig? Remember, it's facts over feelings. This is Body to Beat, people. We in the building. Man, that song still moves me. I swear to God it do. What's up, y'all?
Yeah, you know what to do. You know how to put me out my skin, boy.
I just want to play that for 12 because I know she's new to the channel and she don't know about NFAC, so I just want to play.
You know, I can't sit back too long when that come around, bro. You know, I have to come and show my respects, bro. For sure. Yeah, big ups to Grandmaster J, the NFAC worldwide. You know how we doing. And looking at that, just looking at what, like, bro, like how you were saying in the beginning, man, just hearing this just brings another feeling. Looking at that and hearing these words, you know what I'm saying? It just takes me back to a moment, and it's just like it takes me back to how I felt during that time and how I wanted to do more, and like, you know what I'm saying? I know I can't be the only young cat out here with this ambition and this drive to want more out of something. I know it's more like me, but it's just I feel like a lot of like they don't know how, you know what I'm saying, to get that initial start, you know what I'm saying, and to move in the right direction. I want to finish up before the court come back in. I know I want to hurry, but
you like hurry up.
I know it's more like me. I know it's more like me that wanna that wanna do more. You know what I'm saying? Want to get off the couch and want to get out that video game. You know what I'm saying? And come and stand for something, or you'll fall for anything. You know what I'm saying? And I just love that us black people came together and coming together. It's not over. Coming together and actually being all in one place like that. So
Absolutely, bro. And hey, I was talking about you yesterday with Unconditional Love, because she said her son's doing the same thing. So salute to y'all, man. Y'all keep doing what you're doing, man. You know I'm proud of you. But we're gonna get back to the case, man.
Initially, but the officer that was testifying actually was asked, separate from his investigation, it turns out, to look into the records from the state. Okay. Based on that, and the objection being hearsay, it does sound like under the rule, they're going to need to be a certified record. So they are not at this point certified. So at this point, unless there's a solution to that from the state, I'm not going to allow him to testify to a business record or public record, however it gets couched. If that's solved, then that gets solved. But to that extent, the objection sustained.
I understand it.
Good. Well, except the jury's already heard the testimony about the records. So
Disregard that testimony. Okay. Yeah, in the preliminary instruction, we account for that. I'll inform them to disregard that testimony with regard to any records kept by the police and testified to by the officer. I do note the objection was made after he'd already testified to it, though.
It was a question, actually, and then when the state went back to go back to the question, I objected again. So I don't think that he's testified and answered the question. I guess the record will reflect it, but I think it was
I think it was before it came out. I think we've had more of a discussion about it than.
And the objection was to the extent that he was going to be testifying that after a review of the record, he finds truthful information that there were only one substantiated call or not just what was in his mind, what was he looking at, whether it was being offered the truth. If it's not being offered for the truth, then that's a different issue. But if it's being offered the truth, then that was the problem.
Yeah. Just so I understand the way it would come in, it'd be business records. I don't know what that particular database stores, but obviously any narratives or opinion or anything else that may be in there, there might be some objection to, some question about. But what I understand he was testifying to was simply, here are the number of burglaries in this particular case he saw in that database over a period of time. Now, if the questioning goes beyond that, then there may be some other objectionable material. But if that's just what's in the business record itself, and the state wants to focus on that, as long as it's a certified record, as long as it's a true record that's admissible that way, then again, I'm prejudging the question, but my understanding was the question before the witness, and I don't have it exactly, was what does the record reflect? If that was it, then the record needs to be properly admissible before it can be testified to. That's the ruling of the court. All right. So my instruction then is, to the extent that the witness has testified to any police database reports, the jury is to disregard that testimony. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get the witness. Actually, and to clear it up, I'll tell them that the court has sustained an objection and they are to disregard.
Thank you.
All right, I remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and do that again when the jury comes out.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get the panel.
So rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the presentation of evidence in the case. Before we do so, just prior to the break, I want to make sure the record is clear for the panel. The court has sustained an objection. There was some testimony before the break, I'm sorry. The court has sustained an objection to a question posed by the state regarding a police database and report that came from that database. I instruct you, ladies and gentlemen, to disregard any testimony about the contents of this police database or any conclusions reached by the officer regarding the database itself. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
All right. And you're still under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and then focus on where we left off. So where we left off was talking about Greg McMichael and what he specifically said as he was going and discussing with you what happened on February 23rd of 2020, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now I'm going to direct you to page 44. All right, so where we're going to look is we're going to look on page 44, lines 8 through 12, okay? So lines 8 through 12. And does Greg McMichael tell you, but anyway, in my mind, there's a good possibility that this guy's armed. That was my thought process, and my intention was to stop this guy so that he could be arrested or be identified at the very least.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that a quote from Greg McMichael about Greg McMichael's behavior and intention?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, did he indicate at this time what he thought the guy should be arrested for?
No, ma'am.
All right. Didn't say burglary?
No, ma'am.
Didn't say criminal attempted burglary?
No, ma'am.
Didn't say trespassing?
No, ma'am.
Didn't say any crime whatsoever?
Not at that time, no, ma'am.
All right. And when he said, or to be identified at the very least, well, what did he explain to you what he meant by be identified?
No, ma'am.
So let's go ahead to the bottom of that page, line 25. All right, so Greg McMichael's saying stop to Mr. Arbery, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And he's yelling at him to stop. What else does he say?
He says, and I'll quote, "I'm yelling to him to stop." Said, "We just want to talk to you." I think I said that at one point.
Did he indicate he may have also said, get on the ground or whatever?
Yes, ma'am. He did just prior to saying that. His entire quote for this question is, "I'm saying stop. I may have said get on the ground or whatever, but I'm yelling to him to stop." Said, "We just want to talk to you." I think I said that at one point.
And you said, okay, and then what did he say?
He said, and continuing quote, but that didn't work. He wasn't having none of that. So.
All right, so at any point in time, did Mr. McMichael indicate to you that when Mr. Arbery wasn't having none of that, they decided to stop chasing him?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever indicate to you that when Mr. Arbery wasn't having none of this, that he was just going to go back home?
No, ma'am.
And so continuing down to the middle of this page, the exact quote starting with, "Of course you know."
Quoting, "Of course you know, it's pretty. Don't take a rocket surgeon to figure out, that the guy was cornered. He was cornered like a rat. That was his reaction."
That was whose reaction?
Mr. Arbery's.
Right. That he was cornered like a rat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so having concluded your interview with Greg McMichael, what did you do next?
I went to see where the investigation was at with other investigators, and I met with Sergeant Oliver in our computer lab. She was having trouble downloading Mr. Bryant's phone and asked for me to take over.
Right. I'm going to go back real quick. When you concluded with Greg McMichael, did another investigator come and chat with Mr. McMichael after you concluded during your formal interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you kind of in and out during all that?
There was a conversation about where is Travis's phone prior to me leaving, and then I recall asking about first aid at the end of the interview, or at the end of when Investigator No Healy was speaking with him.
All right. So Investigator No Healy came and then started speaking with Greg McMichael.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was that captured also on the video recording of the interview with Greg McMichael?
Yes, ma'am.
So now, Sergeant Oliver says, "Hey, I'm having trouble downloading Defendant Brian's phone."
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to assist her with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury what you did.
There was an issue of just the thumb drive space being too small. I took over, and using Cellrite's Physical Analyzer, it's a computer-based program, I conducted a logical extraction of Mr. Bryant's phone.
And had Mr. Bryan given you permission to do that?
It was given to Investigator Lowry, and then transferred to Sergeant Oliver, and then myself.
All right. And were you given permission to download Travis McMichael's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did Travis McMichael give Investigator No Healy permission to do that?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And so did you download both Defendant Brian and Defendant Travis McMichael's cell phones?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And were they made part of your case file?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, after having downloaded both of those particular phones, what did you do next?
Regarding the contents of the phone or my next investigation?
Well, did you do any analysis on the contents of the phone?
We recovered
Before you tell me what you recovered.
I reviewed video in Mr. Bryant's phone.
Okay. And so at that point in time, is that what you were actually looking for off of Mr. Bryant's phone, the
Yes,
video? And were you able to download that particular video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it also made part of this case file?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, in this instance, were there two videos?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Were they duplicates?
One's a little shorter than the other.
All right. All right. So now moving on. Now that we've talked about that, that's great. What did you do next after you finished the download of the phone and downloaded the video of the homicide off of Mr. Bryant's phone?
I went out to 220 Satilla Drive, and I was looking for Mr. Matt Albenze, who was our 911 caller. At the time, I had the name Matt, and I didn't have an address. And I met with Mr. Ronnie Olson, who lives at 219 Satilla.
All right. So is that the first person you met when you went out there? Was Mr. Ronnie Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And without going into anything Mr. Ronnie Olson said, did you attempt to record your interview with him on body cam?
I did.
What happened?
When downloading the body cam footage, so from the body cam, we use Axon. Their sync platform is what pulls it down. When it pulled down the metadata, so all the background, hey, this video is this long, it was recorded on this date, made it, but for some reason the rest of the video did not. So when you play it, it cuts off after a couple seconds. And that's for Mr. Albenze's video and for when I met with Mr. Olson as well. I've seen that a couple times before with another officer, and then with another case I had in the past. When it was caught in this case, if it's not re-downloaded from the camera itself before that file is deleted, then you can't get it back. we have a new system now that prevents any accidents, the software failing, officer mistakes, anything like that from happening.
All right, so with regard to Ronnie Olson at 219 Satilla Drive, did you write a report to kind of encapsulate what it was that you did that evening with regard to Mr. Olson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but we don't have the body cam video because of the glitch.
Correct.
All right, does that apply also to Mr. Matt Albenze? Don't have the body cam, but you wrote a report in conjunction with what he and you talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, with regard to Mr. Ronnie Olson, did you ask him to provide the Glenn County Police Department with something?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you ask him to provide you with?
He had a camera on his porch facing the street, including 220 Satilla Drive, and I asked for video from that.
Were you able to collect it that evening?
No, ma'am.
And then that evening, when you went and talked to Mr. Albenze, did you have a conversation with him as the 911 caller?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
I met with Diego Perez. He lived, if you're facing 220 Satilla, he lives 2 houses to the left. I asked him for Mr. Larry English at the homeowner's phone number, and I wanted to call him to get consent to go through 220 Satilla.
And were you able to reach Mr. English?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Perez, was it a long conversation or just a quick conversation of, hey, I need this phone number?
No, I was just there for the phone number.
All right. So no one interviewed Mr. Perez at that time?
No, ma'am.
All right. You got the phone number for Larry English. What'd you do?
I called Mr. English. I gave him a brief that we were out here investigating homicide and that it involved his residence, and asked for consent to go inside of his residence and look for any signs of anything being out of the ordinary, damage, stolen, and he gave permission. I also asked for any video that he may have from inside of his residence, and he emailed me 5 video clips.
All right. So first off, who were you with when you went out to do all of this and go to the English residence?
Investigator Lowry, Investigator Ramos, Investigator Lowther, and I can't recall, I believe Sergeant Oliver and Investigator No Hilly may have been there as well.
All right. And when you went in to the location, the open unsecured construction site,
Yes, ma'am.
how'd you get in?
I just walked in, there's no doors. The front door is just the open space, and there's 2 garage doors to the left that are just open.
Any fencing around the property?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 126. See if you're able to recognize 126.
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you able to recognize it?
I've been there. That's the front of 220 Satilla.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 126.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
State's Exhibit 126. What are we looking at here?
It's the front door of 220 Satilla.
And is there a back door on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it open or? Is
It's
there...
open. There's a space for a back door.
So there is no actual physical door?
No, ma'am.
On the front?
No, ma'am.
On the back?
No, ma'am.
And what's here?
Garage door. Well, the garage.
Is there a door there?
No, ma'am.
And what do we have over here?
A garage for an RV boat, something a little bit taller.
Right. And so when we zoom in, to that's your recollection, were there windows or spaces open on the very back of the house?
I don't remember windows on the back of the house. I don't recall if there were windows in or not. There's windows in on the front, as we can see, but I don't recall the rear of the residence.
Okay.
There were windows.
As we go over here, what's this big open space right here?
I believe that's a side door into that garage.
Is there an actual physical door there?
No, ma'am.
It's just a doorway?
As I recall, just doorways, ma'am.
All right, so what time did you get out there?
Around 8 p.m.
Was it still light out or is it dark?
No, ma'am, it was dark.
When you went in to the open unsecured construction site at 220 Satilla Drive, could you see when you were inside there?
With the aid of the street lamp outside and flashlights.
Okay, so when you first went in, did you have your flashlights already on?
I believe so. In any case, we could see to the extent we didn't walk into things, but you couldn't see detail on what exactly was on the floor around you.
Okay, and where was the street light that you're talking about?
It's outside of the residence from the perspective we have a little to the left.
Over here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was that street light on when you were there on February 23rd, 2020 in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did it aid you in being able to see what was on the interior of this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you showed up there in the interior of the location, was there anything inside, like boats or cars or things like that?
Inside there was some lumber, a couple tools. On the out back there was a camper that was locked and secured. That's kind of saying the same thing. Secured meaning that none of the windows are broken out, no entry had obviously been made. And then on the back there was a dock. Have a boat lift there. There was a boat up on the lift.
Based on your limited knowledge of the open unsecured construction site, could you tell whether anything had been stolen?
Not without being there prior to, no, ma'am.
Okay, so there's nothing for you to compare and contrast.
No, ma'am.
Now, you received the 5 video clips from Mr. Larry English, States Exhibit 120. Have you had the opportunity to review those 5 video clips?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they the video clips that Mr. English sent you on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States Exhibit 125 video clips from the open unsecured construction site.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear S-125.
No, S-120. It's 5 separate clips from February 23rd of 2020.
I'm sorry, did you all respond with an objection? If what we're talking about is 220 Satilla Drive, all right, at 220 Satilla Drive, we have no objection to those video clips.
Yeah, no objection.
No objection.
I guess the exhibit is admitted.
All right, Exhibit 120 contains 5 video clips. All right, Detective Marcy, the first clip is, I'm going to play clip number 2 for you. Is this the video Larry English sent you for 220 Satilla Drive from February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now publishing clip 1. Is this substantially how you found the interior when you went there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is Mr. Arbery doing in clip 1?
Walk around looking inside the construction.
Clip 3? Clip 4? And the last clip. Now, not to be crude, but what is Mr. Arbery doing right here?
Grabbing his shorts, the front of the shorts.
And then the rest of this particular video, do you see him take anything or steal anything from this location?
No, ma'am.
Now, directing your attention forward to February 24th of 2020, the very next day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you spoke with Mr. Olson and he agreed to provide you with video surveillance from his particular location, did the Glenn County Police Department send someone out there, Officer Jackson, to pick it up?
From, not Jackson, from Olson.
I'm sorry.
Investigator Butler.
Butler, thank you. So Butler got sent out to Mr. Olson's house.
As a part, he picked up video from Mr. Olson as a part of whatever other duties he was out there as well. I think there was a neighborhood canvas. So. And
on February 24th, 2020, did you get the opportunity to look at the video from Mr. Ronnie Olson?
I actually got it from him on the 25th.
On the 25th.
I got the video Mr. Olson gave Investigator Butler on the 25th. Yes, ma'am.
And that was delivered to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review that?
Yes, I did.
All right. So regarding State's Exhibit 115, the Ronnie Olson video, were there something special to note about his particular video that he provided to the Glenn County Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. So the DVR time was off by 1 hour and 5 minutes. And when the video plays back, it plays back fast. So you'll see the time move fast, and you'll see the cars and people move fast. And there was no explanation given with why. I've seen DVRs do that on occasion, depending on codec, players, stuff like that.
So in other words, it's not in real time where somebody's walking like this. It's like somebody's walking like this.
Yeah, it looks like you could fast forward.
Looks like it's fast forward. Okay. But that's how it came to you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 115.
Which is what?
The video provided by Ronnie Olson to Brad Butler, who gave it to Parker Mercy, who reviewed it as part of the case file.
No, we need proper witnesses for the foundation of this. This is not that witness. This is a video that he received from somebody who received it from Mr. Olson, so I think we're missing a foundational element.
As far as the chain of custody.
It's not a chain of custody issue, Your Honor. It's authentication. It's basic foundation for admitting the video that was recorded by a person, a particular person, who then authenticates this is the video of what we have and what we saw from my video camera that day. I'm now providing it to person A, who's not here. Person A apparently provides it to person B, who is on the stand. But we're missing two people from the equation.
No objection from Mr. Bryan.
We join Travis McMichael's objection.
The state's position is he received this video, made it part of his case file. He's reviewed it. It's what was received directly from Mr. Olson per his request to Mr. Olson on the night of the 23rd.
It's overruled.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we don't know what it is. I mean, we've been told now that the video itself actually doesn't even play at the correct speed. That is not what we understand and not what we've seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can just go ahead and take a step outside and let the jury out.
All right, for sure.
Please proceed.
Here's the problem that I have here. We're talking about a fair and accurate depiction of what happened that day. He can't say that. He has no clue what happened that day. He sees a video of something that a video recorded. We're now being told through the state's questioning that the video actually is in a fast forward state, meaning that whoever's on there is going to be walking in a hurried fashion. Big part of this case, Your Honor, is that Mr. Arbery did not run into this neighborhood. He walked in the neighborhood. So we're taking issue with, number one, it's being characterized inaccurately. Number two, this witness doesn't have direct knowledge about anything on this video. He's just saying, I was given this and here you go, take a look at it. There needs to be a proper foundation.
You said something at the end, which is why I cleared the jury out. I just want to be clear about it. Is there a copy of the Olson video that is not in that state?
We have one. We have one where he walks in normal, not under a fast forward. The seconds are ticking by, we believe, at accurate pace.
Well, then that's not what the state has, because the state has a video where Mr. Albenze is walking jerkily forward and stands there and then jerkily walks under a tree. Everybody's moving very, not super fast, but much faster than is a normal gait for walking. So I'm not sure, we're the ones who served it on the defense. I'm not sure why they would have a different video than what we have.
Maybe that needs to be resolved. Because from what I understand, this was the video that was provided as part of the investigative file. But if there's two different versions of it out there, that raises a different question for me. So as I understand it, the chain of custody part of it is, if in fact Olson gave it to the state, then who had it? Let's just make sure that it's what Olson gave. But if there's two different versions out there, that then does raise a different question.
So just to be clear, our objection is not chain of custody, it's authentication.
And the problem with that, Your Honor, is Ronnie Olson was not home at the time, and this was unmanned video. He downloaded it later, and I'm not even sure if he looked at it. He handed over a USB drive to Butler, who handed it to Parker Marcy. So it falls under the unmanned video. It would be like anybody coming and downloading it and handing it off on a USB. They wouldn't have watched it to verify it.
Well, they would say, I've seen the video. This is my camera. It's the camera I set up. It's the camera that records outside of my house. This is outside of my house. This is the timestamp associated with it. I've watched it. This fairly and accurately depicts what's going on outside of my house. I dropped it onto a disk drive. I gave it to somebody. And that person then for chain of custody says, I've received it. We've not altered or deleted anything on it. And now you're seeing what we were given. That's been authenticated by the person who owns the camera.
That in a perfect world sounds great. Or it happens where the police show up and say, hey, do you have any DVD recordings? They drop it onto a thumb drive and give it to the police.
So there's still human beings involved in that interaction.
That's the chain of custody part of it. I mean, if it was downloaded and given to the police, that's what I'm hearing. Again,
Chain starts once it's passed. Authentication starts with identifying.
I'm not going to debate anyone here.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I'm satisfied as far as that issue is concerned. What I'm more concerned about is that there might be two videos. So let's get that solved.
I can play it right now. Okay. And that way we can all determine that stakes 115 is what it purports to be.
215 or
115. Does everyone just see the car go back really fast?
Yeah, I see the seconds ticking. Breeze.
Yeah, the timestamp. Pretty sure it's 120, isn't it?
It's 2.
There we go.
212.
Right.
208.
That's okay, I'll back it up. So when we look at 207. So for the record, Detective Marcy, are you seeing the seconds click past faster than normal?
Yes, ma'am. This is what I received.
And did it do this when you played it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that man at 2:12:30 walk very quickly along the street?
Yes, ma'am.
At the top of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the question? I missed it. The man.
The man at the top of the screen. I'll
Yeah.
back it up a little bit.
Oh. I guess the question would be, does he appear to walk quickly because you've got the seconds moving, but you're just asking about how the seconds continue to move quickly.
Correct. For the record, so that we can all be on the same page that this is the video that Parker Mercy received, and it was the seconds moving quickly like this.
Yeah.
And then we can see Mr. Lindsay walks down the street. So I guess at this point in time, I will stop it. It's at 2:12:59.
Gets back to my question, is there a different version of that?
I think so, but we seem to have created a memo about the fact that we got a fast moving one and a slow moving one. So I'm looking back to see. I thought this was resolved, where we had one that was moving in actual time. That was a true depiction of the rates of walking and running on that day.
Perhaps
the court could give them a few minutes and we could agree on the video to be played. I mean, just seems to come back and play a second version of it later if everybody's in agreement on it.
That's what I'm wondering if there's a second version.
I thought there was.
All right, we're gonna take a short recess. I'm gonna take 5 minutes or less, hopefully. We're in recess. If you could just remain available, I remind you you're under oath.
Bro, it's showtime, let me kick it off from jump. Real talk, I ain't just talking tough. And when I punch it, ain't off the cuff. It got a purpose, sorta significant. Do my due diligence, me and K got them nervous.
Yeah, we got them nervous, this is the purpose. Like when Christians walk in the church, welcome to the service. There is no reason for you niggas to be fucking nervous. Two of the hardest artists brought it to the fucking surface.
Yeah, bet that. Two of the dopest ever to do the shit. Veteran mind state, chopping it up, they know who it is already. We not the average type, I ain't the one for the clout, you can keep that. I'm past the hype.
We past the hype, so past the mic. Got them screaming out Jesus Christ and the passion of Christ. Two original niggas that was there when the scripture was written. Resurrected in the ending, but we was there in the beginning.
Facts of life, I couldn't have said it no better. Veteran mind state, ready for new endeavors. Those who seek light stand on all 10. Those who stand tall won't fold a bend.
Won't fold a bend, this is not for pretend. I know we're gonna be judged cause I done did hella sins. I done roll for all of my dogs, nigga, Ren 10. Curtis Jackson not the only one to go up against many men. Most of the shit
that they tell you's delusions of grandeur. Don't listen, it might skew the view that you see. And if it ain't real, I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell.
I don't know what to tell you, but take this L too. I am crazy out my mind, come meet me to Bellevue. Fuck you demons, a middle finger, fucking all of you in hell too. How many times I gotta tell you niggas, bitch, I'm fail proof.
Hit you with something a little bit different, officially spin from TX to GA. So what are you saying? I'm not with the game, so I'm not finna play it. Took a minute to get it in order, but now it's okay, KK.
It's okay, KKK, and why JJ told you niggas from the beginning like, hey, y'all see these imposters trying to mark us, but we mark this market, permanent marker.
And I bet they try to put me in the box, but it'll never work. Keep it 1,000 with you, even if you niggas feelings hurt. Word. Fast lane skirt, on time, coming head to hit him with the ooh-wee. Who, me?
Who, me? Oopsie. Nigga tried to be ripped up on me and do me. Nigga didn't know that I was coming deeper than new edition. My niggas the only competitors, no competition, cause we done killed them through the missions.
And that was just a little taste, YJ and Kusha K. I'm just sparring with the homie from out of state. Shit, yeah, we bombing, napalm, and do this shit often. 10 hut to the squadron.
A 10 hut, we spitting the ancient shit. Nigga, this shit is a rap, nigga, like King Tut. Nigga, real G's up 9. Gang banging, but I'm throwing B's up from a brother from another mother. Big beans, bruh.
Yes, indeed, rest in peace, nothing less. But heat been up and down like the S&P 500. Tell them invest in me, the best to breathe, best believe, better believe, go.
Better believe it, I'm moving these niggas like telekinesis. So the scripture, you better reread it. I've been holding this shit down with no allegiance. Triple H, I done heard some pedigree.
Solid as rock bottom, we got him, it's not a problem. It's popping if I don't do nothing else, I'ma show up, yup. Throw up flows, shitting with the door not closed, so you can tell when I'm dropping the low. Man, the flow
so cold, it's shaking and shivering. Want beef, I box it up, deliver it. Hang a nigga from the tree that's on the Timberland. Print a couple thousand pounds so they can remember me.
Yeah, do it for the glory. Nobody but me could tell my story. I'm not a big shot, but I'm feeling like Robert Horry. Shots from the corner, trying to tell him, look here, I warned you.
Beat 'em up like a kick drum made by Timberland. No going back and forth, but y'all surrendering. Hard like Chinese mathematics can't solve it. Kucha K versus Arthur, it's a problem.
As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. No matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you will never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. Yeah. You can't call yourself a man if you ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up. No matter what. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I'm sick of these fuckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. My pencil mechanical stacked with the lid. I'm a radical when I done ran out of meds. I will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I feel like just taking a jog, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would pay such a cost? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking it home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I can't by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off.
All right, let's get the panel.
Would the court allow me to clear up the mistake in front of the jury about my reading of the video so that the jury doesn't get the impression I'm trying to hide something? Is that okay? Just to say that I've looked back over it and that I see where some of the seconds play out a little more slowly and then they speed up. And my confusion.
As long as it's not testimonial.
It won't be.
Or you can do that and withdraw your objection. Let's do that.
For the jury.
Stand. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we've resolved the matters that were before the court. Mr. Sheffield?
Yes, thank you, Judge. The issue I was having was my belief that we had two separate videos of the same time period. And going back and looking through our records, my confusion stemmed from portions of the video actually play with what appears to be in time. And then it speeds up and it eats up a bunch of time all at once. So I appreciate the opportunity to go back and look at it. It appears there is only one video, and it's quite a roller coaster of how the time plays. So to the extent that we thought there was two, I'll withdraw that objection. Still, though, the objection on being able to authenticate it by the owner of the video. Thank you, Judge.
That's a rule. Go ahead.
Thank you. So with regard to State's Exhibit 115, we've tendered it into evidence, and you were able to review it. Is that correct?
Yes.
I probably should have say it's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So the exhibit states 115 having been tendered and admitted. Did you get a chance at the break to review it again, just
Yes.
briefly?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it have that jerkiness and that speeding up with the seconds?
Yes, it does.
And once again, how much is the timestamp off?
An hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. And was it your understanding that Mr. Olson was not home at the time of the homicide?
Correct.
And this is something you downloaded later?
Correct. Yes, ma'am. After the request, he told me, yeah, it's already burning, and provided it.
Okay.
later.
And you spoke to him personally?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who requested this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, the state will publish State's Exhibit 115, and for the record, we're going to do the relevant portions of this long video.
Make sure you timestamps on the record.
Correct, yes. So for the record, State's Exhibit 115, the state will be starting this on the top where it says Channel 4, 2020, 0223, timestamp 02:07:55 p.m. Is that acceptable,
Yes, ma'am.
Detective? Ending at 2:16:30. All right, so Detective Marcy, we're going to go through and look at some things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So first off, when we go back, starting again at 2:08:26. We have our timer moving very quickly. Now, this person who's walking up at this point in time, now, who do you believe that to be?
Mr. Arbery.
And where's Mr. Arbery right now at 2:09:15?
He's standing in the front yard of 220 Satilla.
And where does he go?
Into the residence.
And is that the image that we saw where the camera angles down like this? The first couple of clips?
It may be. There's no timestamp on what Mr. English provided us. It's a reasonable association.
Stopping at 2:12:21. What is the jury looking at here?
If you look just above the colon between the 212, that is Mr. Albenze, the 911 caller walking into frame from his house.
All right, so this is the front porch of 219 Satilla Drive, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you went to Mr. Albenze's house, where was his house?
If you go up the road there, the road turns left slightly. His house is in that turn.
Restarting the video. And what's the jury looking at here? Stopping it at 2:12:41. In this area right up here.
That's Mr. Albenze calling 911.
And what do we have coming down the street here?
It's a car. I haven't gone and ID'd that car.
But we have a car coming down the street.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is 2:13:38. Starting again. And what happened there?
Mr. Arbery steps out of the front door off the porch and begins running north to the right on Satilla Shores towards 230 Satilla Drive, the McMichael residence.
Okay. So now is that out of the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
No.
Or is that inside?
No, that goes further in.
And is that him continue to run down the street here at 2:13:54?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that also him right there?
Yes, ma'am.
2:14:09. Is he out of view at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
What movement do we have up here right under the word view at 2:15:35?
So where the cursor was, as you mentioned below view, is a white pickup truck pulling out. It's currently 2:15:35. At 2:15:03, you can see movement. Looks like two individuals leaving the residence, getting into that vehicle, and then they leave going the same direction Mr. Arbery did.
All right, so I'm going to back it up to, you said 2:15.
2:15:03.
We're going to start this at 2:14:57.
You see the movement now coming from the house.
And had the truck pulled off at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long was it from the time Mr. Arbery cleared off the screen until there was movement at the house coming out?
He steps out of the front door and runs up Satilla Drive. The timestamp I have for him stepping out is 2:13:39.
Mm-hmm.
And then the individuals come out to the truck on camera at 2:15:03. Camera time.
Camera time. So, minute and 20 seconds?
Thereabout.
And then we see the 911 caller coming back down the street. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move it forward a little bit and show you one other thing. At 2:21:20, what do we have here?
Georgia Power utility truck.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, and I apologize, Judge. The cursor and mouse are not working, and I had them fix it at lunch, and it does not seem to have taken the fix. So I'm going to try it again. So what do we have here at 2:27:42?
Queen County Fire and EMS ambulance and a fire truck.
And starting at 2:34:30, what do we have here?
The Georgia Power utility truck.
Mm-hmm. What's he doing?
He's going to use the porta potty.
And where's the porta potty?
That's at 220 Satilla Drive.
220 Satilla Drive. So the Georgia Power guy gets out and uses the porta potty at 220 Satilla Drive. And what time is that?
Camera time is 2:35:33.
Where's Mr. Ahmaud Arbery?
I'm trying to do the math in my head for the time difference. He's interacting with the defense in this case.
Okay.
He's not at the residence.
Did you see the fire trucks and EMS go by?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then you saw him stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is Mr. Arbery lying dead at the time this guy steps onto the property at 220?
It's irrelevant. It's the purpose of asking if he's dead at the time somebody's urinating in a porta potty. That's ridiculous.
All right, this is
It's a
beyond
inflammatory.
pale.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is that people stopped and got onto this property at 220, all kinds of people. And this man, who's a Georgia Power employee, stopped to use this porta potty. And all kinds of people come onto this property. And Mr. Arbery's dead because he's going on this property. That's the relevance of this evidence.
That's a closing argument.
So we'd ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard all of that.
I'm sustaining the objection. Let's go ahead and move on.
Yes, Judge. That was at the end of the video provided by Mr. Olson to you.
Yes, ma'am.
So now, direct your attention to State's Exhibit 133, the videos provided by Diego Perez to Officer Adam Jackson. Were you also shown those particular videos?
I recall seeing at least one of the videos during the same time we were doing the phone downloads. The thumb drive that was provided to officers out there was brought back to headquarters, and we played one video, at least one video of what was provided.
Okay, so I obviously got the date wrong. So you're talking about the phone downloads that you're doing after the interview with Greg McMichael on February 23rd, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're still at the headquarters when the Diego Perez jump drive is brought to headquarters.
Yes, ma'am.
And while you're doing the phone download, you got to watch at least one of those videos.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you seen the full 10-minute long video that is now State's Exhibit 133?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate and in conjunction with what you had seen on the evening of the 23rd of February?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I believe this is a joint exhibit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. This time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 133.
Motion without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
Submitted.
So Officer or Detective Marcy, what is our timestamp at the top of State's Exhibit 133?
It's February 23rd, 2020, and it's 1:11:24 p.m.
And to your knowledge, is this off by about 5 minutes?
I recall a discrepancy. I don't know the exact.
Now here at 1:11:59 seconds per this video, what do we have here?
That is Mr. Albenze.
State's Exhibit, or timestamp 1:13:30. Who was that who ran by?
That was Mr. Arbery.
Y'all bear with me 1 second. I see one that's actually showing what's on the screen. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna show y'all what they're looking at. Give me 1 second. Y'all bear with me 1 second. Sorry about that. I see one that's actually showing what's on the screen. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna show y'all what they're looking at. 1 second. Y'all bear with me. This is in front of the McMichael's house, just to let you know.
So at the end of that video, first of all, so that video did not contain any images of the second responding officer, Duggan, coming into the neighborhood.
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, I'm going to direct your attention forward in time now to April 15th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
What action did you take on April 15th of 2020?
Prior to I sent the 911 call and the original video from Mr. Bryant's phone of the incident to ROCIC for audio enhancement to see if anything could be cleared up in that.
Okay, so you sent off both the 911 call made by who?
I'm sorry, the 911 call from Mr. Greg McMichael.
So Mr. McMichael's 911 call, and then Mr. Bryan's cell phone video of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you sent off on April 15th.
So you sent off on April
15th, 2020. Did you ever receive any results? Did you ever receive any results back from that yourself personally?
Yes, ma'am. I received a package back from them on May 14th.
All right. And did you hand that over to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And then direct your attention to April 16th of 2020. What else did you do?
I recovered a copy of the autopsy photos of Mr. Arbery from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in Pooler and brought them back and made them part of the file.
And did you document everything you did in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, lastly, based on the statements of Greg McMichael. Sure. States Exhibit 302. So based on the statements of Greg McMichael after having interviewed him, did you get a feeling for exactly where he went during the incident leading up to the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you previously looked at States Exhibit 302?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a fair and accurate drawing of the route taken by Greg McMichael on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state would tender to evidence States Exhibit 302.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
They're showing you States 302. So Detective Marcy, when we're over here, what do we have at this location right here? And I'm going to actually use my finger since the person's not right there. What are we looking at here?
That's 220 Still Drive,
All right, and then down here, what do we have?
McMichael's residence.
And so where do they go? Or where does Greg McMichael go?
Continuing straight, they go down Burford. They follow the turn at the very end past Mr. Bryant's house. And they follow the left up Zellwood. And follow that all the way around to Holmes Road where they then take another left.
You come down here?
Yes, ma'am. And this is where the incident concludes.
All right, so with regard to Burford Road, do you have any clear indication from Greg McMichael due to your interview with him, how many times he went back and forth on this particular road?
We have, from his statements, the initial interaction where Mr. Arbery stops, turns, and runs the other way, and he follows on foot before getting back in the truck, and then the truck proceeding around to Zellwood to Holmes.
Right. And here, do you have any indication of him coming down here if they stopped at any point in time here to confront or make?
So they fucking sound quality is horrible on that one. I'm going back to the other one. Shit. So they fucking sound horrible on that one. I'm going back to the other one. Shit.
defense.
Ms. Donikoski, could we put that back up? I don't know how to use that. Negative. Thank you. The last. Is it investigator or detective, Marcy?
Investigator.
Investigator.
Either way
Marcy.
works.
Now, we have only met just for about 5 minutes earlier today for the first time, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me introduce you to my wife and co-counsel, Laura Ho. She and I represent Greg McMichael, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to talk to you about 3 topics that you've covered today with the jury. And let's start with the suspicions that you and Greg McMichael talked about that he had regarding Ahmaud Arbery, okay? Ms. Donikoski asked you on direct during your interview if he used the words burglary in connection with his suspicions about Mr. Arbery. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And she talked about, did he say he saw a burglary? And you said no, right? Yeah.
There's been a lot of questions. I'll take your report.
Well, the gist of it was to suggest that in your interview with Mr. McMichael, he's saying he's not using the word burglary or theft in connection with what he saw with his own eyes, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, you knew when you interviewed Mr. McMichael that he had been a law enforcement officer like you, right?
I knew he was an investigator with the district attorney's office.
And that meant that you knew that he knew something about probable cause and suspicions, and you were talking to him.
Cause for speculation on this officer's part as to what Mr. McMichael knew or didn't.
Well, they talked about that in their interview.
Let's catch it those terms as opposed to what he may think Mr. McMichael may have known.
All right, we'll get to what you two talked about then. So let's talk about those beliefs. And what I want to do, you got your transcript right there?
Yes, sir.
What I want to do is use that with you to provide some further context for the jury regarding the comments Greg McMichael made to you during that interview, okay?
Okay.
So let's start at page 8. And I want to start with you at line 13. I'll do the reading, and what you can do is just affirm for the jury that these words I'm reading to you are in fact the words on the transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are interviewing Greg McMichael, and there at line 13, he's saying to you, anyway, back, getting kind of ahead of myself, we were aware that there had been numerous entering autos and break-ins and such in the neighborhood going on for quite some time. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir.
Continuing. And of course, this guy was, what was on video was, logic tells you this guy may be the one that's doing it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, that would be a suspicion that he had, that this guy is the one doing it, referring to burglaries, break-ins, auto thefts, and that sort of thing, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Now go to page 11. And this is a bit longer part of the conversation. I'm going to read it with you. Again, there at the top of page 11, line 1, Greg McMichael is talking. It's just the two of you in the room at this point, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says to you, and the first thing that comes to mind is this guy that's been breaking into this house down there that they got video, may have been roaming the neighborhood and saw the thing. And he's talking, when he says the house, this house down there that they got video, was it at that point you understood he was referring to the English house, the one at 220 Satilla Drive that was under construction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's referring to video from that house, some of which we've seen here today during your testimony, right?
That was my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. Continuing on, you ask him, so this is not just this month it's been going on, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says to you, oh, this has been going on, and the two dashes would suggest that sometimes you two interrupted each other. That's what a transcript says, right?
Yes, sir.
And so he says, oh, this has been going on, interruption, and you say, last month, this has been going on for months. So far, so good.
Yes, sir.
And he says to you, 4 months. Yes. Right?
Yes, sir.
And you say, going back into 2019.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And he says, oh, absolutely.
Yes, sir.
And you say, by a good bit? And I guess what you mean by a good bit, going back a good bit.
Yes, sir.
From February 23, 2020, when this interview's happening. That's what that meant, right?
Yes, sir.
And he answers, yeah. So anyway, so now we've got a missing weapon and the possibility in my mind that the guy that's been breaking in down the road there may have that weapon. That's what he's telling you he's thinking, right?
Yes, sir.
And you say to him, possibility, and that's your subjective opinion? And that's right, that's what you asked him, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says, that's my, just a hunch. I was a cop for 30 years, And you say, right.
Yes, sir.
And then he says, and then you're interrupt and say, was a hunch, but a lead, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says, right, exactly.
Yes, sir.
And continuing on, page 12. And you said, we've got that intuition. Now, by we, you're talking to him saying, we police officers, not you and me personally, perhaps, but
correct, just law enforcement
law
and in general.
enforcement.
Yes, sir.
We've got that intuition, and he says to you, exactly. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say, I'm on the same page as you, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he says, all right, so I'm out there minding my own business, doing my upholstery job, and I look up, I hear it, I guess I hear it, I don't know. Anyway, I look up, here comes this guy hauling ass, and he's told you the story now. This is the first time through, but he goes through it a few times with you, right?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, he ain't out for no pleasant Sunday jog. He's got it hooked up. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir.
Like something's on his ass. I don't see anybody chasing him or anything, but I mean, he came out and I watched him, and of course, when he came by, I got a really good look at him, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And then he describes short pants. Every time we see him on the video, has short pants on, has black t-shirt on, but white t-shirt, he says.
Yes, sir.
Apparently correcting himself. And he's got short dreads, okay? So, I mean, it's the same guy. That's what he said to you?
Yes, sir.
All right, continuing on with the same topic of suspicions, go to page 24. And we'll start at line 15. Are you with me?
I'm there.
Okay, but 14, just to get the context, he says, but he, referring to this person he suspects, who turns out to be Mr. Arbery, he keeps going back over and over and over again to this damn house. And he's talking That is Greg McMichaels talking to you. This is still in the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus, we've had numerous entering autos and other burglaries and thefts out of yards and that sort of thing throughout the neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
So you know he'd be a prime suspect. He's saying a suspect in his mind. He's telling you that that's what he's thinking.
Yes, sir.
And then he goes on to tell you, but anyway, Diego's.
The next section does not fall under the rule of completeness as it relates to the upper portion of this section, Judge. The state would object.
It does complete the context. I can show it to the court if you'd like. The lines 19 through 25.
Starting at but anyway, right?
Pardon?
Starting at but anyway?
Line 19.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, to 25, the end of the page.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain it. It looks like it just transitions into the topic that is necessary for completeness on the statement above. So it's sustained. That last paragraph from 18 or 19 down, that just goes into a different area.
Different from Mr. McMichael's suspicions of who the person is that he's just seen run past.
Yeah, that's what I just ruled on. There appears to be a transition there into a different thought. So I'm sustaining it based on what I'm reading from that portion of the transcript that I can see.
Yeah, I'd like to defend my argument that this is in context of his identification of the person he suspects. And without reading any of it, it simply goes into his description of the person he saw as matching the videos that he'd seen.
I understand. I've read it. I've taken it. I've looked at it and I've ruled on it.
Okay. All right, let's go to page 43. And we're going to start at line 23. And it's still you, Investigator Marcy, talking with Mr. Greg McMichael, still in the interview room. And at line 23, he's telling you, but we got a missing weapon. We got a guy who breaks in, this house down here. You with me?
Yes, sir.
And that's what he was telling you, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's probably, I think, if you'll check with them, I think there's other houses that they're pretty certain this guy's broken into as well, and entering autos. There's been all kinds of damn shit stolen. That's what he says to you.
Yes, sir.
And then you say to him, we're about to dump everything that's ever happened in that neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
And dump meaning investigate.
Go through our records system. Yes, sir.
And he says, yeah, and you say, and see if we, and then he interrupts you. And then he says, but anyway, in my mind, there's a good possibility this guy's armed. That was my thought process and my intention. And I know it was my son's as well. was to stop this guy so that he could be arrested or be identified at the very least.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state also asked you on this section right here if they ever stopped chasing and just went home when they read for you on page 45, line 6, where Mr. McMichael's telling you they are yelling at him to stop, and Greg McMichael says to you he wasn't having none of that. In other words, it didn't look like he was going to comply and stop at all, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's go back to the previous page at line 14. That's page 44, line 14. And this is in the same context. And Mr. McMichael says to you, you know, if he had turned around and said, hey, man, I'm, you know, Joe, I live around the corner, and, you know, I'm just out running, you know, it would have been a whole different ball game. He's telling you that?
Yes, sir.
But they're 44, line 14. It would have been a whole different ball game, and there was no doubt, especially his actions. When we would get up next to him, I mean, you know, I was as close from here to the wall from him. Now the wall, you're in a small interview room, and the wall is just a few feet from you, right?
Yeah, you could just touch it. It's
that close.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the back of the pickup truck, and you know, he has no intention of stopping.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then let's flip over on the same topic to page 65. Now, this is when investigator Noe Healy has come into the room, and the two of you are now talking briefly with Mr. McMichael. You remember that part when he showed up?
Let me get there with you.
Page 65, and I'll start at line 7.
I'm going to object. I'm objecting based on the fact that this is a suggestion by Officer Noe Healy, and it has nothing to do with the sections around it. And it's not the words of Greg McMichael, it's Greg McMichael agreeing with something Investigator Noe Healy is putting out there on page 65.
Well, that's not exactly accurate. You would like to see it.
No, because it sounds like it goes to Wade anyway. I mean, you can go ahead and redirect it and clarify.
Okay, so Investigator Marcy, we're at page 65, line 7. And Noe Healy's come into the room with you and Mr. McMichael. You remember that?
Yes, sir. I don't believe this is me. I believe this is a typo on who was speaking. The
Oh,
words
it's a
are
typo?
correct, but the typo saying Investigator Marcy versus Investigator Noe Healy, I believe this is a typo on the investigator.
What line are you talking about?
10.
Where it says Investigator Marcy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're saying that's a typo, it should be Investigator Noe Healy?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were there?
This time I was downloading the phones.
All right, so you're saying that the transcript is inaccurate here, and that it should have said Investigator Noe Healy.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, the state asked you early on if you had reviewed the transcript
Yes, sir.
and asked you if it was an accurate account of Mr. McMichael's words while he was in that interview room.
The words are correct. The spoken words are correct, but
Okay.
the investigator identity
All
is typo is mistaken there.
All right, and this is your interview with Mr. McMichael, so we'll continue. And we'll just do the part where Mr. McMichael is talking. And for context, the subject we're talking about is.
Objection. First off, I believe the page we're on, Detective Marcy is not even in the room, so going into this right now when the Hilly's in the room talking to Greg Michael would be inappropriate.
Yeah, if I can defend, the transcript says Investigator Marcy. And we received this in discovery from the state. And as you know, Your Honor, we've talked about with the state what parts can be read. And I'm looking at an agreement in yellow highlighted that this is a part that can be read. And I can show it to the court.
No, I don't doubt it, but the investigator has indicated that he wasn't present for it. So I'm not sure,
Well,
even with the mistake in the there's a way to work around that, but if he wasn't present for it.
Well, I didn't know. I just saw his name and I just found out right now that he's saying that's not him. So I'm learning that right now. So if there's a way around it, other than me just asking him, are these the words in the transcript Mr. McMichael said on a videotaped interview that he's reviewed? That would be the way to work around it, in my view.
Okay. Well, the state's made an objection, so.
Yes. This transcript was created by the state and approved and proofread by the defense before it was ever handed to this detective, first off. Secondly, yeah, there's a typo. The state agrees that this is not Investigator Marcy. That's wrong. I don't know why none of the lawyers ever caught this.
Okay. Ms. Dunkowski, hold on just a second. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could please have you take a step outside.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated.
Is Nohilly going to be testifying?
Yes, he's the next witness. That's why I didn't know if there was a problem.
Well, I didn't know he was the next witness. If that's the case, I can do it with him. I didn't know it was not him till just now.
My apologies, Your Honor. Ms. Dunkowski informed me that Nohilly would be the next witness. I swear, over the lunch break, I forgot to notify Mr. Ho. My apologies.
Well, you don't have to tell me who their witnesses are. I'm cool with that.
Thank you for falling on your sword, Mr. Goff. Unnecessary at this point. We live to talk another day. Okay.
Well, if that's the case, I'll just wait and do it with him. Then just that one little section is all I was going to do, unless knowing that I would do that, would it be a problem just to do it with him? If so, I'll do it with Nohilly.
Please do it with Nohilly.
Okay, I'll do it with Nohilly. And I've just got one more area with Investigator Marcy, and I'll be done with him.
Okay. Figured it could be solved. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right, for the jury.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, appreciate your patience when we have these short breaks, but we've resolved what we need to resolve, and I believe we're ready to continue.
All right, Investigator Marcy, thank you for that correction. That's not you, that's No Hilly, who's talking at this point on page 65, correct?
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, I thought we were missing one.
Oh, I'm sorry, that seat's blocked. Yes. Thank you.
We have one more juror.
All right, we're back on.
Okay, Investigator Marcy, we were just establishing that it was No Hilly and not you, page 65, where I was just about to ask you about a portion of the testament or the statement by Mr. McMichael, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and I just learned that No Hilly's the next witness, so you and I are going to skip this and go to a different area. So I want to go to page 35. This is the last topic I'm going to cover with you.
Yes, sir.
Now, page 35, starting at line 21. Now, this is part of what you testified to on direct. The statement that Mr. McMichael said to you that the state brought out, that he was in the back of the truck with his 357, right?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to read, because they went down to line 25 where he says, I said stop, you know, I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I was trying to convey to this guy, we're not playing, you know. You remember talking about that earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want you to go back and read silently to yourself lines 21 down to 25, and let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
And then I want to go over to page 36, line 3, and I'm going to go ahead and add out loud 2 more lines. Mr. McMichael's saying to you, well, the guy, I'm trying to...
Objection. This is not part of the rule of completeness. This does not go with the section just read.
It does, Your Honor. I can show it to you.
Yeah, let's see what you got.
You want to see it?
Yep.
It's just the part I have highlighted in yellow.
Can you give me 35?
Yeah, it's just that part that I've highlighted. Yeah.
Right, but the previous, just so I understand where we are.
Yeah, 35.
I did.
34.
It's 34.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is 35 and 36. I'm objecting to what's on 36.
I know, he asked me for 34.
Oh, okay.
I just gave it to him.
So it was just, what was just read in came off of 34.
You see the dark yellow?
Yep.
That's what the state read. And then the lighter yellow on those 2 lines.
I'd say, all right, I thought you were dovetailing in from, I understand what you're saying. That's fine. That's over.
So, Investigator Marcy, he overruled.
So I'm still confused. Which part?
It's two lines as I understand it.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we're at 36. This is right after this statement we just heard. I was trying to convey to this guy, we're not playing, and then he says to you, well, the guy, I'm trying to think what happened next. It was a blur. See that?
Yes, sir.
And what I want you to do, so we can talk about the context of this statement about blowing his head off, is read from line 4 to line 15 silently, and let me know when you're done.
I'm there.
You good?
Yep.
You're a fast reader. Okay, good. Now, given everything you've just read, some to yourself and some out loud, beginning on page 35, line 20, all the way down to 36, line 16, and adding to that what we see up on this board that you said earlier, where the red bubble with the white X in it,
yes, sir,
is the spot on Holmes Road where the truck was stopped and the encounter with Mr. Arbery occurred when the shooting happened.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that's the only place on Holmes Road that you were aware from your interview with Greg McMichael that they'd had any contact with Mr. Arbery.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So now, in light of that and what you just read here, this comment about stop, blowing his head off, would have occurred right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you're aware from the case that also right there at that same place, at that same time, Mr. McMichael is standing in the back of his pickup truck, his son's pickup truck, with a cell phone to his ear, talking to 911 in those final seconds before the fatal encounter with Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of all that?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, would you not, that if a person is remembering or trying to remember the exact words he said, that the best source to know what he said would be a recording of it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
That's right. Give me 1 second. Investigating.
Council needs to move, and one of the other council, I can't see the board, but council needs to move. They're welcome to do so. If we could just make sure that we don't block any of the jurors.
And we have a challenge here of getting everything in view for everybody, and I will do the best that I can to make it happen. One of the things I wanted just to make sure that I'm on the same page with you is, as you were taking some questions from Mr. Hogue, I was taking.
You just give her room to get past you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I can't see any of this stuff. Thank you.
You're not going to be able to see it if I move it over here, are you? We'll bring it back later. Okay, it's small, right? That's fine. Okay, but I want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you about your testimony. And so I was taking some notes, and just to the extent that I've gotten my note taking right, you were talking a lot about generally and very specifically the conversation that you had with Greg McMichael, right?
Correct.
And we were talking in that conversation about how Mr. McMichael was talking with you on the subject of crime in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that there were entering autos and burglaries and break-ins, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that it had been going on for months, even far back as 2019.
Yes, sir.
The missing weapon and Mr. McMichael's concern or fear that Mr. Arbery may have had that weapon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That Mr. Arbery was the same guy.
Yes, sir.
Who over and over and over and over again went into the house, the prime suspect, so to speak.
Yes, sir.
There was also some discussion about what Mr. Greg McMichael was at least doing out there that day.
Yes,
right?
sir.
To stop this guy, right?
Yes, sir.
To stop him. Meaning, if you were to open that door and you were to come out and I stopped you, that's what you understand Mr. Greg McMichael meant. To stop this guy, to prevent him from leaving.
Yes, sir.
So that he could be arrested.
Yes, sir.
Figure out who he is, identified.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The discussion that you had with Mr. McMichael also dealt a little bit more generally with theft about where in the neighborhood it had been happening. You recall discussing with him that the thefts had been happening throughout the neighborhood.
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So to say throughout, we have several streets, as you can see from the map up here, and I've got a little bit bigger of a map here. But the streets that you understand to be in the neighborhood are Satilla Drive.
Yes, sir.
Burford.
Yes, sir.
Zellwood.
Yes, sir.
Holmes.
Yes, sir.
And Jones.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you, when talking with Greg McMichael, we're talking about crime that was happening throughout the entire neighborhood, right?
I believe so. I'm trying to remember the word throughout. That's why there's the pause, but I
And
believe
it's
so.
on, if you want to check it,
I
it's
would.
page 24, line 17.
Yep. Thank you
Okay.
for that.
Great, no problem. And you understood that not only was it happening in homes, but it was also homes as in people's residences, but
Yes,
that
sir.
it was happening out of their cars as well.
Yes, sir.
Objection form question. That's not what this officer understands. It's what Greg Michael said to this officer.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and catch it in terms of the
Yeah, that's
transcript.
what he said to you.
Yes, sir.
Which then you incorporated into your brain to think about what's happening in this neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also were told that these crimes were happening not just at night, but in the middle of the day.
Yes, sir.
That is a specific thing that you know as an officer, that a lot of crimes happen in the middle of the day,
Yes.
including burglaries.
Crimes doesn't matter what time of day
It
it
doesn't
is.
matter what time. You're familiar that burglaries occur a lot during the middle of the day,
Yes, sir.
even on Sunday,
Even on Sunday.
especially on Sunday.
Even on Sunday.
Even on Sunday.
Even on
Okay. So the issue is that as you're beginning to get this information from Mr. Greg McMichael, is it true that you're doing so that you can get an idea of what has been going on in the neighborhood in generally about crime in the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that you can then, as you're investigating this case, try to figure out what exactly happened on February 23rd.
Yes, sir.
What it was that Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were doing out there that day, right? Why
sir.
were they out there that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Also, because Mr. Arbery is involved in this perceived conflict, you, as you step into this case, are trying to figure out why Mr. Arbery is in the neighborhood that day.
Yes, sir.
Right. So in trying to step into a case like this, an investigation like this, you want to try to figure out what is in the minds of these three people, Mr. Arbery and the two McMichaels.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of your inquiry is, what is Mr. Arbery doing in 220 Satilla?
Yes, sir.
right? Like, what's the purpose for him being there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the things that you have learned over the years is how to conduct an interview of a witness.
Yes, sir.
And in your training, you have had some class instruction on how to do that, right?
Yes.
So you were asked initially if you were post-certified.
Yes, sir.
In your post-certifications, you have a large classroom portion of your training that deals with interviewing witnesses.
I've had advanced training, basics a little light on the subject.
Okay.
But I've had interview and interrogations through the state of Georgia, as well as interview techniques through FLETC.
Okay. These are multiple classes.
Yes, sir.
Just on the subject of how to ask a person about what happened during a volatile situation.
Essentially, yes, sir.
Right. Interrogation being maybe trying to get the person to
A little more
admit something,
accusatory, a little higher tempo. Yes, sir.
Okay. But in terms of talking with witnesses, you have become accustomed to witnesses who have been in the middle of a violent situation.
Yes, sir.
Or a situation that has been very unsettling or upsetting.
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that even though people may be, some of them smarter than others or stronger than others or have greater emotional fortitude, that a traumatic situation can cause anybody to have difficulty in talking about what just happened to them?
Absolutely.
So in a situation, the teaching that you have is really how to lead that person through the interview.
I'd be careful in the word lead, as in I want
It's a term
to
of
give them,
art.
I
Term
don't
of
want
art.
to give
You're
them the answers.
If the witness can answer the question before being interrupted.
Yeah, let me ask the question.
Simple as that, lead. I don't want to lead them through and give them the answers, but guide, direct, maybe being a softer term for the same thing, keep them focused on one topic and then move to the next topic.
Right.
So we're not, trying to deal with everything once, but by the apple at a time.
Right. It's easy to pick up when a person is getting kind of off track and is not all over the place.
Yes.
So
Yes.
what you may do is you may say, hold on one second. Let's go back to what you were just talking about. And not tell them the answer, but lead them through a setup or series of questions that'll help them break it down for you.
Yes, sir.
And you really control that.
I try to, unless they're going. If they're on a track, let them go.
Right. So as an example, in this case, where Greg McMichael says, we've had burglaries, break-ins, and auto thefts all over this neighborhood. That's something that is recorded and it's now maintained as the record of what he said.
Yes,
right?
sir.
But it would be on you to say, hold on, let's talk about the burglaries first, right?
Yes, sir. In general, we're going to try to figure that out.
Okay, and then you could say, just starting with the burglaries, where was it?
Correct.
Okay, and go through it step by step, right?
Yes, sir.
Same thing with auto break-ins,
Yes, sir.
right? You could ask Mr. Greg McMichael, whose auto got broken into? Do you have information? Could you give me the name of that person? Because I'd like to follow up. Is that's something you could ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so to the extent that Greg McMichael is all over the map sometimes in this conversation, you certainly have the ability to slow him down and get him to answer specific questions that may clear up confusion in your mind.
Yes, sir.
By the end of this conversation that you had with him, though, you were clear that Mr. McMichael had formed a belief that Mr. Arbery was the person responsible for breaking into this house down the street.
Referring to 220 Satilla.
220 Satilla.
Yes, sir.
And that Mr. McMichael was under the belief that there had been a burglary by Mr. Ahmaud Arbery in that house.
Objection. Former question. In addition, it calls for this officer's, you were under the belief that he's under the belief that this is what's going on is inappropriate. We're talking about the words of Greg McMichael right now, not what this officer believes he believes.
Well, it's important, I think, Your Honor, to allow this officer to talk about how he went through his investigations and the decisions that he made. And part of this is him, like he said, determining what was going on. What was Greg McMichael doing that day? What was Mr. Arbery doing in the house that day? For this officer, I think it's important to show that he had made some conclusions as part of his investigation that I think is going to lead to some of the additional things that he did in the case.
Well, then you need to rephrase the question. What these statements are by Greg McMichael. You can ask him what he did next. If that then leads you there, then maybe, but not the way it's currently asked. So it's sustained.
All right. So once you got the information, Greg expressed to you his belief that Mr. Arbery was committing thefts inside that home.
Objection. That is not what Greg McMichael said at all. And paraphrasing this is inappropriate, either specifically what Greg McMichael said, but to paraphrase it this way is outside, that's for the jury to determine.
Well, I can rephrase it even more specific.
Well, let's keep to what he actually stated. It's sustained.
Thank you. Greg McMichael told you that Mr. Arbery was the prime suspect of the burglaries that he believed were committed in 220 Satilla.
Taking the full context of the conversation, yes, sir.
Yeah, he used those words, prime suspect.
He did.
Okay. Now, you then went to gather some additional information or look into Ahmaud Arbery, did you not?
In what way? Like video from out there, yes.
So you gather, well, there's an objection, so I'll pause.
Objection to where we're going with this. This is not about Ahmaud Arbery. This is the statements of Greg McMichael.
No, this officer has done more than just take statements of Greg McMichael. This officer is one of the main investigators in the case. I don't understand why we're not allowed to go into other things that he's done.
Probably depends on what else he's done, but
I'm going to go
sure
very
the counsel
generally.
is aware of the evidence in the case and will ask an appropriate question.
Okay.
At this point, all I've heard is the beginning of it.
Okay. So in terms of you trying to figure out what was going on that day, and Mr. Ahmaud Arbery, you did some investigation into Ahmaud Arbery.
I gathered video from Mr. English and spoke to Mr. Olson about video.
Okay. To see how many additional times Mr. Arbery may have been in that residence.
To gather video from the 23rd, February 23rd, 2020.
Okay. Did you become aware of Mr. Arbery being inside 220 Satilla on other occasions than February 23rd?
I did through other investigators and the media.
Okay, let's not talk about what the media did, but as an investigator, don't you rely on the subpart investigations of other investigators in a case?
Yes, sir.
And that sort of information flows up the chain to investigators like yourself
Yes, sir.
to inform you
Yes,
of
sir.
what's happened in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had become aware of other videos wherein Mr. Arbery was in 220 Satilla Shores at night.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you yourself have been inside 220 Satilla Shores at night.
Yes, sir.
You went out there to kind of take a look around to see what it looked like, right?
Yes, sir.
And so when you go into 220 Satilla Shores at night, there are no working lights inside the residence at that point.
No, sir.
Right. There's a street light that throws a little bit of light that way, but other than that, that's the only light.
That's it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you then walked the entire property at night to determine everything that was there that could be seen, right?
Yes, sir.
When you did that, there was not a boat being kept inside the boat garage.
No, sir.
Okay. That had been removed when you did that.
I recall the boat being at the lift.
Okay. Off, not inside the house.
Not inside the house.
There's
no, sir.
another boat back on the lift.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, just a reminder, Bert has an issue. It's nearly 4 o'clock.
We can stop.
Yeah, we can start right now.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a 15-minute recess and we'll come back for continuation of the evidence in 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, for the jury, please.
Elevation. Elevation, hard times require dedication, motivation, determination, hard work equals a celebration. Put some steaks on the grill. I overcame racism, cold grills for my own people ill. I pay my mama electric bill, my grandma prescription bill, my sister bills. Man, shout out to my homie Bill. You fools stuck like a deer in headlights. Put the guns down and fight. If you lose, you still walk up with your life. No prison nights, no get tricked off the streets like Kevlo. Being something you ain't, your friends ain't shit if they steer you in the wrong direction. Listen to God's prediction, get that woman infection, not just a hard dick erection. Give her protection, she the mother of the earth. I came to this earth fresh out of that sterling dirt, then experience more than my share of hurt. And I ain't talking about struggles I brought up on myself. Have you ever sat in the courtroom looking in the eyes of a rapist that almost killed your fiance, praying that you gon' win and the jury let him walk away? Fuck Brevard County and the courthouse in Melbourne. I pray all their kids come out stillborn. Yeah, them devils kicked me out the courtroom after the defendant lawyer said I was the rapist. But all them fuckers gon' have their day, and that's all I'm gon' say.
I really don't want to dream anymore. Well, the nightmares are visions, and dreams are visions. Just follow my thoughts, and lead your thoughts. I want it all gone.
Where I start when it's approaching me. But y'all ain't never cope what has broken me. And y'all ain't never asked about the break, cause the focus was the now behind the scenes, it was choking me. Mama did it all, but I look like him. Where the fuck was he when I look back then? Weight up on my chest, I'll adjust that sin. Sometimes I look him in his eyes and it's just say when. Unforgiving thoughts create unstable dreams. Restless sleepless nights, drugs by any means. Wouldn't understand if I kept it clean, so I gotta do them dirty, it's by any means. Crack was the era I was raised in, and dream was the maze that he blazed in. Times I wish I could reach back and save him, other times I wish that bullet didn't graze him.
This is not the end of me. Fighting like an enemy. Time to bury it on me.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? Stress equals anxiety. Anxiety equals health. Sometimes you gotta keep focused.
Mama, why I feel like this? How the hell we win the game when the field goal miss? Understand the poverty, I don't feel that shit. He was raised in the same field, he still got mixed. I was there to see it all, flashbacks don't click. And it seeps into my mind like an old school flick. I try to block it out and see someone cement that brick. So the visions that are stuck, I'm more to out that shit. And the demons that be working overtime to the left. Try to keep it to the right every time that I step. Used to run, I could feel them breathing out of my chest. She used to tell me cut it off when I was holding my breath. Trying to suffocate my thoughts, but they're hard to suppress. Therapists and the meds all hard to digest. Every night you call telling son, just get you some rest. Even though I lay it down, I never see through the stress. Unforgiving thoughts create unstable dreams. Weight up on my chest, I'll adjust that sin. Try to suffocate my thoughts, but they're hard to suppress. Weight up on my chest, was the era I was raised in. Unforgiving thoughts create unstable dreams. Weight up on my chest, I'll adjust that sin. Try to suffocate my thoughts, but they're hard to suppress. Weight up on my chest, crack was the era I was raised in.
This is not the end of me. Fighting like an enemy. Time to bury it
It's a storm coming. Stay in your lane, nigga. Run. Keep running. That's right. Yeah. Keep running. I'm trying to stretch my legs, spread my wings, let a nigga breathe. They try to tell me my world is flat, so I won't leave. They feed us alcohol and drugs and will harass we breathe. Trap you in that backward cycle, you cannot succeed. This is only the surface, believe me, shit get deep. I'm just a poor righteous teacher, quiet please as I preach. Distract you with material shit, rock you to sleep. Replace your faith with doubt, you too pussy to leave.
That's real. In my mind spinning on this hamster wheel of confusion. No filter, I done took the mask off. Fuck it, I'm only human. People looking like they never been through it. Lies. I can see the doubt in their eyes. I'm at the point, it's no surprise to me. I grew accustomed to a slew of suckers planting sucker seeds. Cross them over like I'm at the rucker. What the fuck you mean? Same movie, just a different lens to enhance the scene. I'm pondering on a plan. I just hope I don't squander it. I can't fail. They don't wanna do nothing but give you hell. I'm one step from the finish line, but I'm running in circles.
One step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
You didn't know that they was playing the game. Remove the physical ones. Apply the mental change. They'll be stronger and they'll last longer. Making these niggas this many aroma. As strong as ammonia, light up the marijuana. Now that we brainwashed and we chasing our tails. Till we was born to lose and that we supposed to fail. Look at all our gals, talk about looking at all this ass of mine. Then they screenshot the thirst. My nigga, that's asinine. Back in my prime, I used to move major work. But niggas was shooting at me on blocks that we ain't on. Talking about claim return. Niggas wanna do dirt, but never did scope the sentence. Thought that he would never tell to you when you say and a nigga your co-defendant. Shit get real when that time's evolved. Nigga be facing 30 and ended with 3. Turn me in to get his time dissolved. Man, it feels like I've been running for days. Running for miles, man, running in place. Man, I wish I could be running away and late.
I'm breaking the shackles, I'm taking them bastards. They say it's a highway to heaven, so I'm climbing the ladder. They say money is evil, so I guess I'm shaping the battle. Placed in poverty, it really bothers me, it's making me madder. Well, my castle, just cause I'm rapping, it don't make me a hazard. Making movements just like a Buddhist, but they pushing us backward. Ain't no crickets, we hearing laughter. Never skim through the chapters. If I'm dreaming, just let me capture. Let me sleep until after. That's when I master the things I practice. See a mattress, a casket, you just dreaming, you not believing. Take a crack at the tactic. See, we lacking no satisfaction. These classes we never pass. Don't be clueless, stop all subtraction. We rulers, never been baggage. They say we savages, man. They say violence is what we practice. Bad action, don't deal with static. That dumb shit can't let them have it. We riding deep off in traffic. They swear we moving up back. And I'm sick of tired of these beggars harassing my people. It's time to get at them.
1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
Please space and don't hurt him. My circle, the circles of the circles we've been rolling. Picks us up quick, spiraling. Get enough just to get by. Can be tiring, right? In a hamster wheel, and it feels like it's real, but an Ampix deal, you get back what you firing. We blow it up, circle dot dot, putting out the strongest energy, gets us back where we desiring. You think
I don't want to hear that dude's voice over here. Sorry. That shit just irked the hell out of me just hearing that. Congrats to Crucial K. Say I'm found him a J.O.B. Gotta find me one too. Unconditional love, welcome in the building. I'm glad you slid through. You ain't gotta be in the bushes. I understand what you're saying, but family. If people want to talk, they're gonna talk. You did. Oh man. I see a little movement, so they should be sliding back in just a moment. Just a moment. What's happening? It's your boy Boss Man Blake, CEO and founder of Body to Beat Global. You may also know me from my music, from projects like the Blake album, Summer 06, Chapter 39, I Am They Goose, and my latest, Inspired. Not only am I an artist, I'm also an entrepreneur. You're an entrepreneur too, boss? Of course. So I want to introduce y'all to Body to Beat Global Marketing and Promotions, where you can get everything you need. It's a one-stop shop. CD covers, video, promo video, recording sessions, all of your musical needs, I got you. So hit me up at 912-571-1832. Let's talk some business. I promise you, nobody can beat my prices. On God. If we can, we gon' get it. The lyrics is more than the visions, more than just. Yeah. Need any work? Holla at me. Best prices in the world, Craig. But all jokes aside, we are here today for the day 3 of the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Appreciate everybody for sliding through. Comments, keep them coming. If you want to do a recess, you're always welcome to come on the panel, voice your opinion on what you've heard so far throughout the day. Today was interesting. We got the brother John there dropping jewels. You can tell his ears are tuned in 100%. Salute to the homie. Yeah, we got 12 in the building. Salute to 12 for being here. I think you've been here every day since the trial started. Appreciate you. Appreciate your donation as well. What's y'all thoughts before we get back into this last segment? Because you know they normally end around 4:30, 5 o'clock. Says your device is not connected. It's not letting me add you. Remember, before you hit add to the stream or go into the door, you have to wait for your devices to connect. If your screen is black before you actually enter, that's why I'm saying that. So if you can't see yourself or your avatar, that means it's not ready for you to come in the door. You have to wait. I learned that myself. They ain't doing nothing yet. I see you, but your devices is not connected. So go back down and come back up and sit there in the back, all the way in the back when you first hit the link, and wait for your video of your or the screen of yourself to pop up, and then enter. Then you can stop, or you can cut off your camera so it can show your avatar. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why it's not letting you come up, because if you don't give it access or wait for it to show, it's not going to let you in. Device is still not connected. I don't know what you did yesterday that helped you came up, but it's still saying the same thing. What's going on, Supreme? Pause. Is that Chakra? Appreciate you for sliding through. Trying not to play another song because they only said it was gonna be 10 minutes. I tell you what, let's play a commercial. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to John Q's Table Talk. Let's go. Here at Table Talk, everybody's opinions matter. Because we only here for one reason, and that's the truth. Cue the truth! So many cases we've been facing, so many kids that have been taken. You got ours and you got on, and some more wells I just can't take it. We never see John hesitate. A hard to go you can't replace. So Table Talk gon' be the place where we break down all the basics. You don't need no reservation, open mind, a little faith. Cause while we work another case, kids go missing every day. We know the news, they do their thing, but John gon' come through in the pain. But this is show for all of us, so let us know just what you think. For Table Talk, it's time to go to work. Let the people know that John is going live. It's time for Table Talk. Yeah. It's time for Table Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. John Q. Y'all show him some love, man. Yeah. Let's go to work tonight. I'm gonna try this for you, unconditional love. I know the last time I was doing this, I was having issues with it, but I can't remember if I fixed it or not. But let's see if I still had a number of you. It seems like they're coming back. Yep, and I'm right.
So I'm missing Mr. Rubin. This thing got louder. All right, back on. All right, got all the defendants, most of counsel, Mr. Rubin. Any idea where Mr. Rubin moved it? Okay. Before we get started, Mr. Goff.
No, I was just giving the court a heads up. I had brought up the Veterans Day issue before. Under OCGA 1-4-1, we contend that Veterans Day is dies non juridicus. It's a non-judicial day when court can't be conducted. Now, there is an 1888 Georgia Supreme Court case that would beg to differ, Hughes v. Sears or Hamer v. Sears. However, under federal law, it is apparently an open question, although you can't raise it in habeas. Hudson v. Edge, 218 U.S. District Lexus 105463. Since the Hamer case was decided in 1888, which seems to be what a few cases since then go back to, federal law, I think, has changed with respect to the Establishment Clause of the Constitution. It would seem that either all of the holidays are not judicial days or none of them are. You can't single out Sunday as opposed to the others. So I'm going to suggest that the court reconsider that issue. And in the alternative, and I'll try and get more information for tomorrow, maybe starting later or having a half day, allowing jurors to attend Veterans Day services in the morning. There's usually one downtown. Just throwing that out there to the court. I would also add, from a purely selfish perspective, if we're going to be in court for a month straight, I think all the parties, maybe even potentially the court, might want a half day or a day off during that period of time to take care of things. I know I was able to get to the dry cleaners this morning, but I have no shirts to wear on Friday unless I can get back there tomorrow. I'm just suggesting that the court consider, in addition to the legal argument, the practical argument that a day between now and Thanksgiving or a half day is going to be essential to everyone. I'm sure there are people in Savannah that might even like to see you during business day, but just bringing that up.
Take that all under consideration. All right. Mr. Sheffield, ready to go? All right. Got all the defendants represented by counsel. Let's go ahead and get the panel. Thank goodness.
Cedric, we need you to come back.
I mean, I'm tangled up in cords. Mark's close enough to her to help.
All rise for the jury, please.
Feel like if we shine that light, Cedric will appear.
He is monitoring.
I know he is. So Cedric, we need you.
Please be seated.
We got our count right. We've made sure of that.
All right, good.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence. Mr. Sheffield.
Investigator, when you were talking with Greg, did you at all get him to draw a map of Satilla Shores for you to kind of explain what he was doing?
We used Google Maps, and then I did a rough sketch myself. He didn't do it.
Okay. Did you draw a map?
I drew the roads as we're looking at them here, and then had a little tick mark showing which way they went.
Okay,
Yes,
do
sir.
you have that with you?
No, sir.
Did he mark on it, or did he just talk to you and you kind of drew lines and asked if this was correct?
He talked to me, and I drew the lines.
Okay, all right, very good. You did not take him out to the neighborhood to walk it with him or ask him to demonstrate anything to you out in the neighborhood, though, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. I think when you said you saw Travis back in the headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did not do any interview of him, just saw that he had come down to be interviewed by Investor No Hill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you said when you saw him, he was still covered in blood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was just waiting to be interviewed or to be talked to.
He had gotten brought in by Officer Lewis, and when we saw how he presented with his clothing and blood, he asked to be able to clean up. I called Sergeant Oliver and Investigator Lowry, who were down at the scene, and asked them about that. They gave a go-ahead, went and photographed to show the state he was in when he brought up here,
Right.
and then allowed him to change.
Okay. He was, otherwise, he was just very quiet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the photographs that you showed us, I want to put it even closer. This right here is an injury to the back of his head. That's after let me just rephrase. That's after he's been wiped down with alcohol. Is that correct?
This is after he's been able to clean up, but before I brought the alcohol pad to him at the beginning of Greg and Michael's interview.
Okay.
And I don't know what that actually is. I didn't
Okay.
document what the mark is.
All right. This is all we can say for sure is this is what's left after he's cleaned himself up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. and that's there on the back of his head. And then here's what's left after he's cleaned himself on his front left arm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you have any experience with Satilla Shores, the neighborhood itself?
From time on patrol, I've answered a few calls in there and then just rode through on occasion.
Okay. Have you come to learn the makeup of the neighborhood in terms of, like old retirees live there? Are you aware of those kind of details?
I'd be assuming.
Oh, okay. We don't want you to do that. So you've not taken it upon yourself to kind of figure out the age of the people or the families or single people versus married people, that kind of thing?
No, sir. I have the experience with the, I've been in there for 8 calls that Spillman logs. And so I know the demographics on those 8 individual houses I've been to, and then this case. But past that, I don't know the demographic breakdown, finances, anything like that.
So you yourself have gone to 8 specific calls in that neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Over 18, 19, and 20?
Since 2015, when we switched over to Spillman system, and I can search Spillman.
Okay.
Spillman.
So we talked a little bit about this system, but
Yes.
essentially there is a system for Glenn County that keeps track of the calls that come in particular areas, all the way down to the address of
Yes,
the
sir.
call. Okay. And the call type is something that's determined by the operator that takes the call. Is that correct?
Generally, and then it can be changed later. So if something's unfounded and it was listed armed robbery, but it turned out to be a problem with person, the officer can change it later.
Okay.
If appropriate.
All right. And it's essentially just based on what the citizen says that's calling.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, one of the things that we started to talk about was you went into 220 Satilla to take a look around at night.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because, is it fair to say you did that because Greg McMichael was telling you what he believed Mr. Arbery was doing in that residence?
Yes, sir. And overall for the case.
Right.
Generally,
So
yes, sir.
it's by going there, you are looking to determine or to try to understand that somebody may have entered that dwelling with the intent to take something.
We're going in to get a picture, get an idea of what the structure is, what's inside of it. So all facets, not just theft, but also, what state is it in? Is there anything obviously stolen? Is there anything obviously not stolen, completely void? We went in for all those reasons.
Okay. But one of those reasons is to determine if this is a dwelling or a structure that somebody could go in there to steal stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the idea is you've been told about break-ins.
Yes, sir.
That doesn't require something getting broken. You don't have to kick a door or break a window to make a break-in.
No, it's commonly used for just going in, entering. Yeah.
Burglary, don't have to actually steal something. It's just entering with the intent to steal something.
Objection at this time. This is the law that the court is going to give the jury to ask this officer, or actually to have Mr. Sheffield testify to what the law is and ask this officer to agree if it's inappropriate.
Objection inappropriate, I don't think is a legal objection. The reason I'm asking these questions, though, is because he's investigating, and I want to understand the way he's investigating and the decisions that he's making. So I'm asking him to help me understand that he's going in there to determine whether or not a burglary or some type of intent to enter to steal. That's all.
Okay. Well, it's the relevance of defining, that's really the objection. So, well, you don't need to argue with me either. So it's actually sustainable relevance. As the court has already instructed the panel a number of times, the law will be given to you from the court. And again, what lawyers say is not testimony or evidence in the case. Couched in those terms, you can ask him what he thinks, but let's not go ahead and define it for him.
Okay. So when you're trying to, what are you trying to figure out when you've been told that somebody committed a burglary?
Objection. Facts not in evidence. Nobody's told him that anybody committed a burglary. And so therefore, especially that day, to ask him about this is facts not in evidence, and counsel's trying to testify.
You were told that somebody committed a burglary, weren't you?
Was told he was going in there repeatedly, and break-ins was used, burglaries was used for the neighborhood throughout.
Solid
It's
ground.
it's sustained because that's Mr. McMichael's statement, and he's already testified that he did not follow up on that. So it's sustained.
Okay. You did not follow up to try to determine if a burglary had been committed at 220?
Objection. Once again, formal question, on what day?
He's already testified to what he did, and you've asked him, it was either you or
Oh,
Mr.
why I'm so confused. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take a step outside. Mr. Sheffield,
Yes, sir.
you can agree or disagree with this court. That is your prerogative. But to act in the way that you just did in front of this panel, disrespect, I don't care whether you like my rulings or not, or you like me or not, but in this court, the Superior Court, it is axiomatic that counsel show at least respect for what the court is doing. And what you just did shows a lack of respect for what the court is trying to do here, which is create an environment which is fair to all parties. I would suggest that you take a moment to think about that. I'm going to step off the bench because I found that, I'll just call it rude. All right. I have tolerated a number of things in the courtroom, including, flip charts, writing in the middle of, the jury gets distracted when you were doing the flip charts here, jumping up and moving the boards. I would suggest that you temper some of that very quickly because it will not be tolerated in this court. And I will leave it at that. I do not need an explanation. I do not need an apology, none of that. But I would suggest that we take a moment and think about the way that you're reacting to the court's instructions and rulings. We're in recess. Thank you.
Boy, look like he done pissed Judge Barton off. Yes, sir. said, I'm just gonna say rude. Sorry, I was in there fixing me a sandwich, watching it on my phone. You said he shouldn't have gotten that ponytail. I don't know how long he's gonna be gone, but I guess I'll play something until he gets back.
Time on Tiggy. No. Let's get busy. Boss. Port. Check. Them old heads told you this world cold, you didn't believe it. Throwing hindsight 2020, now you see the shit 15 below. I know it could've got worse, I could've been somewhere 6 feet below. That's part of the reason I wake up thankful I'm still breathing, bro. It's a cold world 15 below.
You should check the frost bites. You could lose a limb with this knife if it's tossed right. Niggas on the top, ready go like it's cross bites. Niggas on the bottom never got to see the boss life. Catch me on the Zoom, making moves like exhaust pipes. Even though it's lights in my city, it's a dark life. I be down the way, but I stay up in Park Heights. Niggas where I'm from, ready slide like it's dark ice. Walk light, abandoned blocks and buildings where I'm from. It's like a noose on my city, where it's hung from. The cops, it's like watch what they stun guns. It means I'm out, no siblings, one son.
Let's go. This world cold, you didn't believe it. Throwing hindsight 2020, now you see the shit 15 below. I know it could've got worse, I could've been somewhere 6 feet below. That's part of the reason I wake up thankful I'm still breathing, bro. It's a cold world 15 below.
It's a cold world, but I bundle up. Corona running numbers up. They think we dumb as fuck. Nah, never would I ever trust a bummy fuck. And still today, it's still the same. Fuck that dummy, bruh. And first of all, I could never.
Got it figured out, Cedric.
Perfect the record on one thing.
Yeah, we're back on. All defendants present represented by counsel. Go ahead.
During my cross-examination of Investigator Marcy, who is still here in the courtroom, I had begun to direct him to transcript page 24, line 19 through 25. And that drew an objection. I can't recall the basis of the objection. And I handed the transcript of that section to the court, and then the court sustained the objection. I'm good with all that. All I want to do now is read for the record what it was I was going to have. Otherwise, it's not in the record. So I just want to proffer what I was going. Pardon me?
Transcript's in the record.
Transcript's in the record.
Oh, it is? Okay. Very good. So
Page and line.
Pardon me?
Let's just go page and line.
Yeah, it's page 24, lines 19 through 25. Thank you. I'm ready.
All right, we got everybody. All right, witness on stand. Let's go get the panel.
All rise with the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to continue with the evidence in the case. Mr. Sheffield.
We were talking earlier about the video, and you were helping us kind of understand what you were looking at.
Yes, sir.
What you were interpreting in the video. I just wanted to make sure that I understood a couple of points from that. Starting here right at around 2:08:25 is when we see Mr. Arbery come into the frame.
Yes, sir.
And what we understand about this is that he's walking.
Based on his gait, yes, sir.
Okay. He's walking up to 220 Satilla Shores, the house under construction.
Yes, sir.
And now he's standing in the yard with his hands on his hips. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's looking around and then he goes into the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in a minute, we're going to see Matt Albenzi come up into the frame. And is it your understanding, there we see Mr. Arbery now walking into the larger garage. Do you see where he does that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In a minute, we're going to see Matt Albenzi come up here at the top of the screen. And he's going to kind of make an appearance there between those two trees. And that's where he makes his phone call to 911. That's what you understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he does that, he is literally standing right in front of 220 Satilla Shores.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever go and speak with Mr. Albenzi?
Yes, sir.
You did. And so from Mr. Albenzi, you have learned kind of that he was there to make this 911 call, that he had spotted Mr. Arbery come up to the house when he was in his yard chipping wood. Is that right?
I don't recall what he was doing as far as the referencing chipping wood.
Objection. This calls for hearsay. Mr. Albenzi has not testified yet, so what you've learned from your interview with him at this point in time would be hearsay.
Well, I won't offer for the truth, Your Honor, just to inform this officer as he's moving through his investigation.
Objection. That workaround hearsay is not a workaround hearsay. Hearsay.
Still here. So I understand Mr. Albenze, though, will be available as a witness.
Yes, Judge.
Well, it's sustained, but let's move forward. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not offering it for the truth, so it's not hearsay. So I'm not sure. You're allowing me to proceed under that umbrella. Okay, very good. Okay, thanks. So as we're seeing the video, essentially, let me get the one with the house numbers on it. 220 Satilla Shores is located right here. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And essentially, 220 Satilla Shores comes to the intersection of Jones Road and Satilla Shores. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now that we got the house number down, let me go to the bigger map. And what we understand, what you understand, is that Mr. Albenze lives down here on Jones Road, and he simply walked down to the corner of Jones and Satilla.
Yes, sir.
Where 220 Satilla is located.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Coming down Jones to Satilla. Okay. And that's where he stands and makes his phone call to 911.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in a moment, we're going to see Mr. Arbery run out of the house. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in a moment, what we're going to see is that Mr. Albenze is actually going to come further out into the street in front of 220 Satilla.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then, as we see him now, he's going to walk down the street towards Greg McMichael's home.
Yes, sir.
Which is further up Satilla Drive. So 220's here. You know it goes by twos. So 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he's walking from in front of 220 up into the direction of Greg McMichael's house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he does that, and we see it through another video, Mr. Diego's video that you were able to collect, when he comes up closer to 230, he goes like this.
Yes, sir.
See when he does that?
Yes, sir.
And indicating that way.
Yes, sir.
And you understand, do you not, that he was communicating to Greg McMichael?
Objection calls for speculation as to what anyone was doing. And for this officer to speculate that Mr. Albenze is communicating to anyone, speculation is the objection. Relevancy is also the objection.
The speculation, it would be, he was told it, so he wouldn't have to speculate about it. And it's relevant because it's a communicative signal to Greg McMichael, who he interviewed about what he did that day and why he did it.
Objection. Counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
I'm not.
It's sustained. We've got Mr. McMichael's testimony on what he thought happened.
Right.
So, it's sustained.
Okay.
You're asking this witness to speculate on it.
Okay. Greg McMichael told you that he observed Albenze?
I don't recall that. Do you have a page for it?
No, I'm just asking you.
No, sir, I don't recall that.
I don't recall that. Okay, that's fair. All right, let me move to another area lastly. We talked briefly, and I'm going to get just back on track with it. One of the things that you said about this data system that collects calls is that a person will call in with a problem, and that will get a call label.
Yes, sir.
One of those call labels is suspicious person.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And a suspicious person label can really mean a lot of things in
Yes,
your
sir.
experience.
Yes, sir.
If a homeowner is calling about a suspicious person, that could be somebody who's on their property, a trespasser, right?
Yes, sir.
Or somebody that they're concerned about where they are and what they're doing, essentially.
Yes, sir.
Whether that turns into a break-in or a burglary or an assault or whatever it turns into later, a lot of things begin with suspicious persons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you attempt to determine the number of those types of calls for Satilla Shores at any point in time?
I'm sorry. Objection.
Well, let's see where this did. If you did, then let's figure out
Yeah,
in what
that's all I'm asking.
context.
Thank you. Did you attempt to determine the number of suspicious persons calls in the neighborhood?
Working with the GBI, we ran reports, and then with me, I have a list of all the calls for a time period in Satilla Shores.
And is that something you did pursuant to your relationship or working with the GBI?
The list here is from the prosecutor in this case. This particular work I have here was a request from her that we brought up earlier today.
Okay. Okay. Other than what the state has asked you to do here, did you take, after speaking with Greg McMichael, take it upon yourself to look up, or were you asked to look up the number of suspicious calls?
For Greg, I looked up calls related specifically to 220 Satilla.
Okay.
And then when the GBI was looking for data, I assisted case agent with getting CAD reports, written reports, and handed them over to the GBI. I don't have those stats
That's okay. I
before
just
me.
wondered if that's something that you did.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, very good. So you were assisting, and that was continuing into the months after February 23rd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Similarly, you could get calls for specific things like a burglary. That could be literally the type of a call that you get.
Yes, sir.
Or you could get a trespass call.
Yes, sir.
You could get something called extra watch.
Yes, sir.
Extra watch is when the police are asked to come out and kind of have a presence in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. It can be a broad spectrum of a whole neighborhood needs some extra watch, or a particular residence. They're asking for a little bit more law enforcement riding by, getting out, talking to a store clerk, stuff like that.
To try to show presence in the neighborhood to deter crime.
Yes, sir.
And to try to follow up on some maybe suspicious activity that people have noted in the neighborhood over a period of time.
It wouldn't be as much of a follow-up if you ran into something great. Otherwise, it's just an extra presence.
A problem person, that's another type of call that you get.
Yes, sir.
That's just dealing with somebody saying, I got a person out here and it's causing me a problem, whatever that problem might be.
Yes, sir.
That's an obvious one. Citizen assist. Citizen assist, is that another way of a person saying, I just need help with something that's happening on my property, at my home?
Could be something simple as some paperwork to a flat tire, anything that law enforcement helps out somebody that's not criminal in nature. And then we have some other specific ones like VIN inspection. So that would be citizen assist, but more specified. So
okay.
It's pretty broad.
All right. If you're going to do a neighborhood patrol, that means that you have taken it upon yourself to drive and patrol a neighborhood. Is that right? Or is that something that you're asked to do by citizens?
It's mixed. So part of what we do is riding through neighborhoods, businesses to be included. We can call out that we did. We would call it 1081 was the 10 code for it. And it would just mean I'm at this location at this time, checking this business or this neighborhood. And it could be for a particular house. It could be for an entire neighborhood, an entire shopping center. And it's just basically a date and time stamp. This officer was there, didn't see anything unusual.
Okay, but it would be at least documented that the officer was out patrolling a particular street or a particular neighborhood, looking for criminal activity or trying to resolve criminal activity in some way.
Yes, sir. So while that's part of the patrol duties as a routine, this would be an affirmative. Hey, everybody else over here.
Very good. Very good. Did you take it upon yourself to look into, I asked you about suspicious persons, but the other types of things, did you pull the call data for a period of time for those types of calls as well?
Yeah, like we talked about for the GBI, yes, and that was for all-encompassing, all calls.
And was that at the direction of the GBI? Like, hey, we want to know what's going on in this neighborhood?
Investigator Lowry was working at it, and I'm good at navigating our system, so I began helping him, and then they were handed over to the GBI.
Very good. Okay, thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor. I don't have anything further. Thank you. There may be more questions, though.
Okay. No questions.
No questions. Just 1 second to clear my papers.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Judge. All right. So I want to ask you, Investigator Marcy, directing your attention to page 44 of the transcript.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I think you indicated that we're about to dump everything that's ever happened in that neighborhood and see if, because Mr. McMichael's telling you all about these break-ins that are happening, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you dump everything in that neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What'd you find?
I have the list from Spillman. So the overall numbers I have here include time past the incident through May 25th of 2020. So saying like however many follow-ups per se would be inaccurate to the time frame of 1/1 of 19 to 2/23 of 20. But I do have a breakdown on the actual reports that an officer took a report for. And I have those by date, and I can be a little more accurate on that if that's a concern.
All right, so I just want to be real clear about this. When you say this on the 23rd of February, 2020,
yes, ma'am.
Did you in February or March or April of 2020 go back and do what you said you were going to do by looking at the neighborhood at that time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right. So subsequently then, did you and I have a conversation where I asked you to go ahead and pull that so you could look at it again to refresh your recollection for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in preparation for your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point in time, did you go through and look at all of those reports to see if Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was a suspect in any case? And I want to be real narrow about this. In any case in Satilla Shores from January 1st of 2019 through February 23rd of 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was he a suspect in any of these cases?
No, ma'am.
All right. Also directing your attention to page 44.
Yes, ma'am.
Defense counsel asked you about when Gregory Michael started saying, you know, if he had turned around and said, hey, man, you know, I'm Joe. I live around the corner. I'm just out running. It would have been a whole different ballgame, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Gregory Michael expected that this man would stop for him.
Objection. He's asking him to get into the mind of Greg McMichael.
All right. At the end of that, he indicated that Mr. Arbery had no intention of stopping.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever explain why he believed, I mean, talk about Greg McMichael, did he ever explain to you why he believed Mr. Arbery had to stop for he and his son?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention to page 39 now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to talk about lines 14 through 16. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to have you directly quote. And my thought is all the way through earlier.
Okay. Mr. Greg McMichaels, and I'm quoting him, he stated, and my thought is he's going after a weapon, because, if he had a weapon, he'd have probably used it earlier.
Okay. Now, is this in context for the fact that he went up and took Mr. Arbery's arm out from underneath him after he'd fallen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So he's talking about he's laying face down, his right arm's under his body. And Mr. McMichael's thought is he's going after a weapon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But then he follows up with, if he'd had a weapon, he'd have probably used it earlier, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we've got a probably there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's take a look at this. And here's what I'm going to have you do. You're going to put the page back in. I'm going to have you go through it all. So you might want to underflip it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you go ahead and go to page number 7.
Okay.
All right, so you saw Mr. Sheffield with his list of all that stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so page number 7, when we're looking at lines 6 through 7, we talked about Mr. McMichael saying Diego had this guy, the video, breaking into or being or wandering around in this house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got all 3 of these kinds of things going on with wandering in the house, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then the next page, Mr. Hogue came up and he talked about in the middle on line 17.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's talking about numerous entering autos and break-ins. And then he said, logic tells you that this guy may be the one that's doing it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've got a may be the one. And he's talking about logic here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so logic, he may be doing it. Then moving forward, we've got page 11.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so he's talking about lines 15, 16. So now we've got a missing weapon and the possibility in my mind that the guy's been breaking in down the road there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got a possibility. And then you asked him, possibility, and that's your subjective opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then he says, well, that's just a hunch.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now we have a hunch. And then going to the next page, it says, well, we've got that intuition, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he agrees with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got intuition. All right, so then the next page, 13. All right, you went ahead and asked him specifically. So you see this guy out today and he's hauling, what are your thoughts?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's thinking he's either done something or somebody's chasing him or, maybe somebody drove up and found him in their house.
Yes, ma'am.
Or drove up to that particular house he likes to go into over and over again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have speculation on 4 different things in that sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and take you to page 24 again.
Okay.
All right. So middle of the page, line 9. You asked him, is he picking up anything, going through anything?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the quote Mr. McMichael says at that point?
Quoting Mr. McMichael says, not that I recall. I don't think the guy has actually stolen anything out of there. Or if he did, it was early on in this process.
Okay, so if he did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not knowledge that he did, it's if he did.
Yes, ma'am.
So we got an if. Plus we've got an I don't think the guy's actually stolen anything out of there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then he says he keeps going back over there. And then he goes, plus we've had numerous entering autos. And then that's when he says, this guy would be a prime suspect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now we've got prime suspect. But you found that Mr. Arbery was not a suspect in any crime in Satilla Shores from January 1st of 2019 through February 23rd, 2020.
Earlier, there was an objection to the question about whether this witness had ever investigated the burglaries or any of the enterings at 220 Satilla Drive. And that is right before we took the break. And the state said that
I
this.
object to the speaking objection.
Finish the thought then.
And the state said that this witness had testified he did not investigate any of those break-ins at 220 Satilla Drive. So for that reason, she's now asking him whether he has confirmed that or disconfirmed it. This is not appropriate.
The state just asked him about page 44. We're about to dump everything that's ever happened and see if and I asked him specifically, did you dump it? He said, yes. I said, did you find Mr. Arbery as a suspect in any crime? And he said, no, I didn't find Mr. Arbery as a suspect in any of those crimes.
That's on the record. So what's the question now?
So the question now is, now I can't remember what my question was.
Well, that probably solves the objection.
All right, I'll move on.
It's sustained.
Thank you.
It's getting late. All right, okay. All right, and then I'm going to direct you to page 43.
I'm there.
All right. Once again, Mr. McMichael's talking about that my son had a missing pistol. I'm pretty certain this guy, well, I don't know for a fact, and I have no reason to think that he did it. Is that what he said?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So he doesn't know this for a fact and has no reason to believe he did it with regard to the missing pistol. So in contrast to what Mr. Sheffield put up, we've got probability, maybe, possibility, hunch, logic, intuition, speculation, and if. These are all the things he's telling you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He didn't provide you with any concrete, specific evidence or facts at all about the neighborhood and what was going on with it, except for the open, unsecured construction site at 220 Satilla Drive, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And he was able to tell you about that place, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it wasn't anything keeping him from giving you specifics because he gave you that specific.
Meeting, Your Honor, that's simple questions.
I mean, one moment. I will go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
So it's Greg and Michael first.
Yes, just recross. Just briefly, Investigator Marcy, promise. You've been in law enforcement, remind me, how many years now?
Over 10 years.
Okay. So you are very well familiar with the concept of probable cause, are
Yes.
you not?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to this entire line of questioning. We're going to talk about probable cause with this officer. Once again, a legal concept to be given to by the court, and I object on that basis.
Let's get to the question.
You're familiar with the concept of probable cause.
Yes, sir.
And in your own work in law enforcement, you have developed probable cause to suspect people of crimes on many occasions, have you not?
Yes, sir.
And in many of those occasions, your probable cause allowed you to conduct an arrest of the person.
Yes, sir.
Charge them with a crime.
Yes, sir.
And then let prosecutors determine whether to charge or not.
Yes, sir.
And some of those times, your probable cause turned out to be the end of the case. There were no charges. The case was over. Sometimes.
I don't know the disposition of all of my cases. I know I've dismissed one myself when I found new evidence.
Right. In other words.
And generally, I would say yes, I guess.
And generally what?
Generally, I would say yes, I guess. I don't, as far as felony cases especially, I don't know the disposition of all of them. They're not reported back to us.
Well, the point is this, you develop reasons based on information that you turn into probable cause to make an arrest.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes that's the end of the case, and sometimes it goes on to prosecution. That's the way it works, right?
In general, yes, sir.
So in this interview with Greg McMichael, you're talking to him knowing that he also was in law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And because you knew that, did you make the assumption about him that he also understood probable cause?
Objection, speculation, and relevancy is to an assumption made by this officer about anything Greg McMichael knew or understood.
I'll go with your ruling, Your Honor, whatever it is.
That's sustained.
Okay. Well, so when the state just went through words with you like logic, possibility, hunch, intuition, they left out lead. You also told in your interview with Mr. McMichael that you thought it could be a lead, that he had a hunch and you called it a lead and he agreed with you. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if, and I don't think, and so forth. He also told you, did he not, that he was certain about some things, like on page 44, you still have your transcript?
I do. I'm on 44.
Page 44, line 1. He was telling you, I think there's other houses that they're pretty certain this guy's broken into. Certain. The guy he's talking about is Ahmaud Arbery, right?
I think there's other houses that they're pretty sure this guy being Mr. Arbery. Yes, sir.
Okay. And he called him a prime suspect at one point.
Yes, sir.
All right. And a suspect would be basically somebody you suspect of having committed crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Sorry, you were asked about investigating crime in the neighborhood to determine whether or not Mr. Arbery was involved in those crimes, was the question that you were asked, correct?
Reviewing the cases to see if he was a suspect.
Reviewing
is
the
what
cases.
I recall. Yeah. So looking at the cases that we have in Satilla Shores,
Okay.
prior to the incident, and seeing if he was listed as a suspect or could be a suspect. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you review the burglary case at 405 Holmes Road, Satilla from 7/1/19?
What was the date you had was July 1st?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The 159 Zellwood Drive theft on 12/28/19.
Yes, sir.
The entering auto theft on 135 Zellwood Drive on 12/8/19.
Yes, sir.
And when you say you reviewed this, you're saying you reviewed that something had happened, something was stolen, right?
I pulled up the report and got a broad overview of the general what happened.
But in those cases, there was no arrest made on any suspect.
No, sir.
Yeah, so it's unknown who the suspect was.
Correct.
Okay. The suspicious person call from 7/13/2019 at 230 Satilla Drive. Did you review that case?
From 7/13 of 2019?
Right.
What was it labeled as?
Suspicious person call.
The only suspicious I have were in May of 2020. If it was, you know, the case number G20 or G19 dash.
Well, how about this? If you're saying you don't have any suspicious person cases that you've reviewed, is that what you're saying, other than the one in May of 2020?
No reports that I reviewed. There may be CAT events, which is a report wasn't done. So I may have information here to say it was closed out and the time, but.
Okay. So there's a suspicious person call on 7/13/19 for 230 Satilla Shores. Did you determine who the suspicious person was?
No, sir. It's closed out. I didn't review the CAD details for that.
And this happens a lot, right? People call the police and say, we see somebody on our property, right?
Yes, sir.
The person has actually taken the time to call 911 because they're concerned or worried or scared.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then somebody either comes out and doesn't find the suspicious person, right?
Yes, sir.
Or they can show up and find the suspicious person.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. So you said you have one suspicious person call for May of 2020. I've got other ones for 2019. Are you saying that you have determined?
Council's testifying at this point about what he's got.
It's fine. I'll make a question, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, sustained.
Are you saying that you reviewed the suspicious person case on 7/18/19?
Objection. So right now, facts not in evidence about any of these cases.
Your Honor, the question I'm asking him contains a subject matter and facts in it, and I'm asking him to tell me if he knows about it and did anything about it. The state has opened this door by asking him about his review of crime in the neighborhood and whether he's determined whether any of that crime is related to Mr. Arbery. So I'm following up.
It's sustained. The objection, as I understood it, to the state's direct questioning about particular incidents was that the records weren't certified and didn't know what they were. So without those records, it's sustained.
In terms then of what the state was just asking about whether he made determinations of incidents that Ms. Dunikowski asked him to look at, that he's now testified about. We're not seeking to admit those records. That would be hearsay.
You're testifying to them.
I'm
You
asking
can ask him whether
if
he's what he's familiar with, but you're testifying to records.
Okay. Are you familiar with the suspicious person's call on 8/23?
Hold a second. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh.
So it's sustained for the same reason that your objection to the state was sustained.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Don't need to remind you. You are going to be released for the day, but you are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good breaking point for the day. So we're going to go ahead and recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, during the recess, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case in front of you. Again, with newspapers and news feeds, make sure you're not looking at any newspapers, not looking at any news feeds about this case. with those instructions, again, all the other instructions I've given you up to this point, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service here in Glenn County, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a good night.
All right with the jury.
Jury's clear. You can be seated. Anything from the state before we recess?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from Travis McMichael?
Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Thank you. Other than just being able to avail myself to the court clerk to make a record of what the court has sustained the state's objection on, I don't have anything further.
Anything from Greg?
No, sir.
From Mr. Bryant?
No, Your Honor.
Not going to argue with the court's ruling. The record I'd like to make, Your Honor, is that I think the jury has been left with the impression that this officer has been asked by the state to determine if, in his opinion, and looking into cases involving allegations of criminal activity in Satilla Shores, whether he has determined that Ahmaud Arbery was the person who committed those crimes. And he answered, I have looked into cases through this time period, and I have determined that Ahmaud Arbery was not a suspect in those crimes. What the state has done through that line of questioning has informed the jury that Ahmaud hasn't committed any crime in Satilla Shore neighborhood. What I want to do with this witness is to test the boundaries of his investigation and to ask him about all of the other calls that happened in that time period to establish that he's not credible, or to impeach him with the fact that there are a lot of other issues that were ongoing that the police were called about that he didn't investigate and he doesn't know the answer to. So the state said that the jury is not left with the impression that he's resolved this issue. Also, I wanted to ask him about investigating 220 Satilla Shores as well. So I have a list of cases here that are all suspicious persons cases. I was going to ask them about the date and the address and whether he investigated. My thought is it's admissible, and it's not me testifying. If I ask this officer, did you investigate a suspicious person call at this address on this date? He can say, I'm not aware of that, or I didn't do it. My question is not testimony. I could ask him, were you aware of a suspicious person on this call on this date? And he could say no. But just because the question has details in it and facts in it doesn't make me testifying. So I would like to put on the record, Your Honor, which I think you're giving me the opportunity to do right now, that there was a suspicious person call at 230 Satilla. I think I already mentioned that one. There was suspicious person call at 168 Zellwood on 8/23/19. There was suspicious person call on 156 Zellwood on 10/19/19. There was a suspicious person's call on 140 Zellwood on 10/20/19. There was a suspicious person call on 201 Satilla Shores 11/7/19. There was a suspicious person call on 11/7/19 at 201 Satilla. Another suspicious person call on 11/17/19 at 220 Satilla.
Another suspicious person call on 11/30/19 at 119 Zellwood. Another suspicious person call on 11/30/19 at 119 Zellwood. That appears to be the same one I just mentioned. There's another suspicious person call on 418 Holmes Road on 12/13/19. Another suspicious person call on 12/17/19 at 219 Satilla Drive, which may be in mistake for 220 Satilla, which we know there was suspicious. Oh, actually, it's not. We have a suspicious person call for 220 on 12/17/19, but we also have one at 219 Satilla on the same night and date. Suspicious person call at, says reporting area Satilla Shores on 1/14/20. A suspicious person call on 1/15/20 at 211 Satilla Shores. A suspicious person call at 2/13/20 at 178 Zellwood. And finally, a suspicious person call on 2/13/20 at 119 Zellwood. Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may. Your Honor, I'm concerned.
So the record's clear. Based on what?
Sorry?
Based on what?
What do you mean?
You just went through a bunch of.
Oh, these are CAD reports.
Okay. Are they certified?
Your Honor, if we were seeking to admit them, but they're not. No, these are what we obtained from the Glenn County Police Department. These are records that we obtained through open records request through our investigator. We have gotten certifications for a lot of things. We have not gotten, I don't believe, certifications. No, we have not gotten certifications for these. I'm not seeking to admit them into the record. I'm seeking to use them to ask the witness questions. I can, use any document if a witness doesn't remember to refresh, but these are not certified. Sorry, that's the brief answer to your question.
Well, again, court's clear about where I am on it. It's unclear when the witness was on the stand where this was coming from. It was not explained to the court. I'm not sure that my ruling changes at all. But the objection that was made earlier to the state's very similar questions about what the investigator looked at, led the court in the direction we went. So if there's other ways to get that in, you're welcome to do so, but not with this witness, not the way that you were doing it.
Right. And just, may I respond?
Yes.
I appreciate it, Judge. The objection earlier was that he was testifying to conclusions that others made based on their investigation. What I understand he was doing was reading something that somebody else did, and he was going to testify as to what he learned or whatever. My questions were, did you investigate something? Not what did you conclude or what just, are you even aware, sir, that these were calls in the neighborhood to help the jury understand that he's looked at a very small area of complaint in the neighborhood? That's all.
Mr. Goff.
My concern is with the position put forth by the state. I'm not trying to go down memory lane, that Ahmaud Arbery was not identified as a suspect in any crime in this area. It feels to me that that is opening the door for 404B evidence in this case, particularly when we know of a theft where he was, I believe, more than a suspect just up the street. We also know that there were thefts and other break-ins in other neighborhoods in the area. And I don't think the state gets to come in and say that Ahmaud Arbery was not a suspect. First of all, it's misleading. If you don't have any suspect, which is true for most property crimes, then it's a meaningless statement to say that he specifically is not a suspect because they didn't have any suspects. It's not like they actively ruled him out as a suspect. We know that he was not identified for hours, if I recall correctly, after his death. If I recall correctly, the state put in evidence that he was identified by fingerprints at the time. Obviously, if there had been specific intention on him, it wouldn't have taken hours to identify the body. But at the same time, it's misleading the jury for the state to be telling the jury that he had never been identified as a suspect when we all know, because we're familiar with this process, why that means nothing. But now we've put that out there, and either I think it opens the door, or I think the court needs to come in tomorrow and give a curative instruction so that we can dissipate that taint. That is backdoor, and I'm not saying that the state was intentionally trying to do that, but the effect is it's backdoor character evidence in favor of Mr. Arbery. And I'm sitting here frustrated. With all respect, he's not my witness. He never talked to my client. This is all got nothing to do with my client. But again, when it comes to severance issues, my client is taking the spillover of what I'm not questioning to be a legitimate examination. But again, it's coming back on my client in a way that I have no way to remedy or address. And I'm troubled by it. And I would ask the court to ponder overnight the possibility of a curative instruction to put this issue to rest. That or rule that 404B is open, and any evidence that he's a suspect or involved in other thefts, certainly in the time frame in the geographic vicinity, should be admitted.
We join on that. There's been mentioned that he's not associated with any of these thefts in that time period. We have witnesses in his neighborhood that will testify that they observed him trying to remove screens on windows and enter into structures, and that he was involved in thefts up the street at the gas station and the grocery store. And so to leave the impression that now the police have not identified Mr. Arbery with any thefts is misleading, and it does open the door.
On behalf of Greg McMichael, we do join, Your Honor. And I also point out that the state has cross-examined two of the witnesses. I'm pulling up my notes. Direct examined two of his witnesses with respect to the amount of crime there was in Satilla Shores. At one point, there was an objection that I made that was sustained when the state was trying to characterize it as a very limited amount of calls that the Baker 9 area would receive. So it's obvious that the state is trying to convey and present as much evidence that they deem proper to the jury that this was not an area under some siege of property crimes, which we're going to be able to show is not the case. Part of that are these reports, and part of that will be the information from those residents themselves that were victims of those crimes, and also the communication that those residents of Satilla Shores had with each other. So for that reason, we do join in Mr. Bryan's motion, and we join as well in the preservation of the objection that Mr. Sheffield made.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to page 43 at the bottom, line 23 through 25 into 44 at the top, the state didn't bring this up. The state didn't start this. The state actually didn't tender those sentences before this jury. The defense did. The defense opened this door with this. But we got a missing weapon. We got a guy who breaks in, this house down here. And it's probably, I think, if you'll check with them, I think there's other houses that they're pretty certain this guy's broken into. He's talking about other police officers. Go check with them. They're pretty certain this guy's broken into as well and entering autos. There's been all kinds of damn shit stolen. And Investigator Marcy then says, we're about to dump everything that's ever happened in that neighborhood and see if, and he cuts him off. They opened the door to this statement. They wanted it in that the police knew all about all of this stuff. So what's the state supposed to do? Oh, well, Greg McMichael says the police know all about this stuff and then not rebut it at all. So he says here, I was going to, we're about to dump everything that's ever happened in the neighborhood. And I limited it specifically to January 1st, 2019, because the defense brought out, not the state, about how it went all the way back to 2019. I didn't ask that of any of Parker Marcy at all. The defense did. So at this point, the state's been put on notice that we've got to now address this, something that the state wasn't going to go into in Greg McMichael's statements. So now we've got, it goes back to 2019. So I specifically asked him, January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd of 2020. Did you look at all of this stuff? Because you said you did here. This is part of your investigation. And I want to point out that he's allowed to testify to what he did in his investigation. And he was going to go look to see if Mr. Arbery is a suspect in any of these things. He said he was not. And I left it alone at that, especially after you sustained his objection to me going into specific reports. But they came up on cross and opened this door. And yes, I wanted to make it clear that the police did not have him. I think there's other houses that they're pretty certain this guy broke into, and he's talking about law enforcement, and that is why they were going to dump everything. So we ask you to not allow them suddenly to go into 404B evidence when they're the ones who brought up this narrow issue and left the state in no position except to try and clarify what it was that this officer did in here to clear up this issue, which is action he took. And we asked him about it. Thank you.
Just a brief reminder of the order of events. Investigator Marcy was on direct examination. No defense lawyer had spoken to him yet. When the state asked him, have we asked you to pull all these records from 1/1/19 until 2/23/20? And yes, I have. And he had a sheaf of papers, and then an objection was lodged, etc. It was only later, after the state had already been prepared to do this very thing, apparently, before we ever asked the man a single question, that this became the issue it is now. So it's just not quite accurate that we opened any door when we hadn't even cross-examined him yet, when the state brought this out on direct examination, as I recall.
I think we're arguing two different things. And I understand what you're saying. Mr. Goff, it was your motion, so final word.
Roddy Bryan didn't open any doors. I don't think I've asked a single question all day. I think I made one objection all day. And the court's job here, for lack of a better description, is to ensure that all three defendants get a fair trial, including my client. And I just asked the court to view it not just from the perspective of the McMichael defendants in the state, but from the perspective of Roddy Bryan.
Okay. I'm going to give all of this the perspective of time. Meaning tomorrow morning, I'll put on the record where we are. I've had an opportunity to just go ahead and digest what we've got and how we got there. So I understand that addresses all matters then currently before the court. We'll be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna get up out of here. So I had handled something that took so long. I'm gonna get up out of here. Let me turn this off. So I had handled something that took so long. I'm gonna get up. You're welcome, Lorraine. You're welcome. So I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow.
As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. No matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you will never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. Yeah. You can't call yourself a man if you're ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up. No matter what. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. Just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I'm sick of these fuckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. I've been so mechanical, stacked with the lead. I'm a radical when I done ran out of meds. I will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I feel like just taking a job, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would face such a cause? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking it home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I came by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off. But he pulled the trigger and that's when I would fall. 2 shots in my body, I knew I was gone. They could have left me alone. I wish I was home. I'm on my way to the throne. What up, Ahmaud? I'm running with you. No matter what. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. The racists, they thought they was getting away. No sir, no way. Y'all gotta pay. Ain't no play. Put some respect on his name. Hey, we callin' for change. Gotta get rid of that DA. She evil like a goddamn slave. We gotta get her gone. Made the bitch leave this stage. Now Ryder try to plead this case. Got him locked up, had to leave his place. Should've seen his face. He's scared, so he gon' turn state. Now he running from the KKK. Now I heard Travis called you a nigga to your face. As your body laid down, that's a goddamn shame. But your mom stepped up. She was amazing. That new law should be named after her baby. Hey, never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give
arrests have been made in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the African-American man shot and killed by two armed white men while jogging through a South Georgia neighborhood.
Well, Jeff, around 8 o'clock, we learned that GBI arrested father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael for the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Both men have been charged with murder and aggravated assault.
The community is demanding answers.
Ahmaud carried the most humblest spirit. Ahmaud was kind. He was well-mannered. Ahmaud, most of all, was loved by his family and peers. I mean, Ahmaud didn't deserve to go the way that he went.
This got to stop.
And that just was enough.